Unfortunately, it's still being very fussy. Seems like it's dropping a lot of frames right now. I'm trying to keep an eye on it. But at this point, I'm basically just going to have to play through it, if I'm honest. Because I want to do this, and the connection simply isn't behaving. So I'm basically just going to have to deal. But how is everyone doing today? Those who can actually hear me saying this, of course. I can see that we're going to have a lot of buffering. And we're going to have a lot of frame drops. And it seems like there's nothing I can do about that. So I'm just going to have to live with it, right? So you guys probably already know that, yes, well, I tend to be a very soft-spoken person, but my mic should be fine. It's going into the yellow zone and the bottom of the red, so it should be fine. You might need to adjust your volume. Anyway, at the moment it seems stable again. I'm just gonna have to push through, regardless of how it's being. Now, I guess I'm going to get started. Oh, there it goes again. Uh, well, can you guys see me right now? I think you should be able to, just the frame drops are pretty bad. As long as the stream is viewable at all, I'll proceed. Regardless of the fact that it's not exactly quality right now. Because clearly this problem is not going to go away. Honestly, it seems like somebody on the other side of the house is using an enormous amount of bandwidth while denying that they are using an enormous amount of bandwidth. But as long as the stream is actually live, that's the important part. Hmm. Well, anyway, huge frame drops or not, I'm going to get started since there's nothing else that I can do. So let's play a video game.
Squaresoft!
Oh, that took a while. Great, my computer's being sluggish all of a sudden, too. Mostly because the NVIDIA control panel randomly decided to pop open on its own. So that's cool. Let's see, is the game actually running too slow for some reason? No, it seems fine. But it's occasionally dropping. Why is it occasionally dropping? Why am I having so many technical issues today? Oh my gosh. It'll be okay. It'll all be okay. It's just weird. I'm gonna open the Twitch inspector on my laptop instead of my PC. Okay. We're going to start with the ninja chapter, straight off the bat. Because it's the most intimidating chapter to begin with. I'd rather deal with it sooner rather than later. the thing is, it's hard to really get me frustrated enough to actually act out or anything, so... Here we have the evil lord. I suppose his name is Ode. So, you have all arrived. How are things progressing? We hit a couple of snags, but we did finally manage to capture the target. Thank you for the subscription, Xanathus. It's good to have you back on board. Ah, at last, I have him in my custody. What else is there to report? Our mechanical friend is nearly complete. We simply need to strip off the shell and give him a nice new finish. The work will commence tomorrow at daybreak. Good. Please allow me to handle the spirits. I've not had fresh human in ages. As you wish. I can feel it. The world is slowly slipping back towards the brink of total war. Ha 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 ha. Hello, Dragon Cap Man. Welcome to the stream. Master. I see. So you were unable to complete your mission. I will try again. Don't be hasty, Ayate. If you were to... Why is my mouth not moving? Great, great, great. I normally don't have to debug something like this on stream. You guys can still hear me, though, I'm sure. Okay, let's figure out where did that go? Blah, 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 blah. Blah. Meow, 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 meow. Nope. Meow, 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 meow. It has randomly decided to stop lip syncing properly. I'm not even sure. I will just restart my capture. There have been a ton of technical issues, a ton of buffering. That's what you've missed. You've missed technical issues, the feature presentation. Meow, 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 meow. So I think it's allowing me to have lip flaps again, thankfully. What a day. Let me pull up the chat again. Okay, I can finally read what you guys are saying again. Hello, Enclave. I'm sorry that you have to be here during a bad quality buffering stream, but I've got to do what I've got to do. It's not going to get fixed, so I just have to bear through it. Man, why is my stream deck not showing this properly? Yes, well, you were supposed to hear the meows. So there. Okay, there we go. My stream deck is working again. I myself would go, but these old bones don't move quite as freely as they used to. But, my lord, can we send no one else? I am loath to delegate a top-secret mission of such grave importance to any other, except perhaps... I have it! The man I have in mind has not yet finished training, but he shows incredible promise. He's already better than many of our finest. He's likely our best bet. Ah. What is this man's name? He is called... Fry Maru. Bring him here, immediately. Actually, sir, he has been with us the entire time. Ah, Fry Maru. Well then, I am sending you on a mission of grave import. Do you know what you must do? Now go, Fry Maru. One moment, Fry Maru. Allow me to teach you my secret art. Received the Cloak of Invisibility. Press the Y button when you are being pursued by the enemy. So long as the button is held, you will become one with your surroundings. None shall be able to see you. I am confident that you will master it with little difficulty. Now go, Fry Maru. Good luck, Fry Maru. The fate of this realm may very well be in your hands. Oh, look at the kitties. The excited kitties. Well, tech issues aside, I think I'm largely okay. I'm still coughing. Case in point. But I'm doing pretty okay, and I'm really excited about the fact that they announced a remake of Live Alive. Live Alive is my favorite JRPG. There is another RPG I like a lot, but it's Korean, so it's not a JRPG.
It's party time!
Live Alive. You can tell by the katakana. You know what? Shall I show you? Just a moment. You see at the bottom? At the bottom, it says Raibu a Raibu. And that's how we know that it's Live Alive, rather than Live Alive or Live Alive. So, here's the thing. This chapter can take a very long time, but I'm going to avoid unnecessary battles. And I'm not going to kill anyone I don't have to kill. Some guards, right? I'm sure what I did is just kind of bullcrap to some people, but yeah, I just went right through because they didn't give a crap. I've played through this game probably a dozen times, so I do know what I'm doing extremely well. For the most part. It gets a little hazier toward the last chapters. With this password system in place, we will easily be able to tell friend from foe. Now, go to your posts. Remember to listen for the bell. Sir. Now, see, I'm not going to be able to keep track of the passwords, so I'm just gonna, like, save before guards so that I can properly deal with it, you know. That's how it goes. The tricky part is I need to get extremely good gear, even though I'm not going to be killing people. And that means I'm going to have to use the invisibility cloak a lot. I think a lot of people have not seen the game played this way. They haven't seen the 0 kill run. Oh, oops. That's okay. Most of these battles you can run from. So you see, no problem. Being spotted is okay. We're only worried about getting caught. So you get it, right? So I'm going to go over to the next building. There's a few things about this kind of run that may be a little unusual. For example, we do not recruit anyone during the course of the game. We'll still get the second party member that joins you in this part, but we won't get him until basically the end. Okay, that was the wrong password. If you get the password wrong, you don't really have a choice. You have to fight. But if you get the password right, the guards will not care about you at all after that. They will just ignore you. The password changes every time the bell tolls. You know, maybe Aya is being a little disruptive. See you later, Aya. So there's a guy right there. Aya is indeed a bot and Chair's little sister. Chair clearly has not fed Aya enough. Anyway. I've never seen you before. What's the password? Potato! Isn't that my favorite dish? I'm asking you for the password! Oda Io! Isn't that the name of our leader? I'm asking you for the password! Ah, new recruit. Then you can patrol the attic. If you see anyone suspicious, report to me immediately. Thanks, friendly ninja! The password toggles between river and origin based on the ringing of the bells. You did it, Dad! Shh! Keep your voice down, they might find us! We've come so far, it'd be a shame if they caught us now. But Dad, if we can get our hands on that strongbox, the Watanabe clan will finally be able to... I know. Not only will it restore our family's honor, but we'll be big hits in town after we spread the wealth around a bit.
Your skill!
Come on, let's hurry. Wait a sec. This place is probably littered with traps. I'll go first. And yes, Chair, that's indeed the case. Clearly. Dad? What? Good luck. Thanks. Huh? Ha, I see you, thief! Okay, no looking back now. Go for it, Dad! Ha ha ha! There he is. Dad! So, in basically every chapter, there is someone named Watanabe, and in basically every case, there is either a situation or backstory of Watanabe's dad dying. It's something that happens through the entire game if you pay enough attention to it. It's even implied in the caveman chapter, you just have to look really hard. Money. Empty. Empty. Password check. Mountain. Oh. Damn it, wait a sec. Just wait a sec. What time is it again? Oh, right. Origin. Okay. It's Kenny, actually. Okay, there's these... God, there's rats in the way. Estella. And then past this rope ladder is another chest. I think I need to exit out the left side here. Like, I don't think I'm supposed to go back down yet. Huh? I'll kill you in the name of Lord Ode. I think I messed this up. But... the invisibility cloak always conquers all, doesn't it? It's not a problem as long as you remember that you can go invisible anytime you need to. Can't cross over there. Oh, right, this is trapped. I shouldn't have come in here. These ninjas are a bunch of stooges. Even though it's really just one guy. I can't run from this, so I'm gonna have to reset. And you know, that's okay. I just have to do a bit again. There's going to be a bunch of stuff I have to repeat as I'm going through this chapter like this, because it's hard to do it perfectly. Requires a lot of thought to do this properly. Well, Chair, first, you need some black socks. Then, you need some black shoes. Then you need some black pants. Then you need a black shirt. Then you need a really big scarf. I don't make the rules, I just enforce them. Now we've got the key to the storehouse. Yes, they do. Okay, so I'm going back through and I'm going to access the storehouse now that I have the key. In Jurassic World trailer, that's interesting. I don't think that franchise is as good as Jurassic Park 1, but I've been enjoying it. So, you know, it's all A-okay by me. Was this the warehouse? Click. Oh. Was I not supposed to check this yet? Wait. Maybe if I hide immediately. As you can see, there's a lot of things you can handle just by immediately going invisible. Uh-oh. Can I run from this? Oh no! I'm stuck in a pattern. I need to hide immediately. Come on, guy, get out of the way, please. Okay. So now we've got the basement key. Just like that, we have 2 major progression items out of the way, and we haven't killed anyone. Cool, right? Oops. I didn't mean to run into that guy. Okay, let's go inside the building again. Wrong door. Oh, whoops. Oh gosh, I just made myself cough by taking in too much air at once. I am so skilled. So talented. So those of you who have played the game know what I have to deal with coming up. There's a lot of stuff that's going to be kind of nonsensical to deal with like this. I'm just kind of I don't fully remember how everything is laid out. It's one step at a time in that regard. Is this the basement? Nope. Will the warehouse key work here? Click. And so you'll notice there's spirits wandering around here. I can and should fight these, because they're not human, so I'm not killing anything by killing them. That is a tough question, Chair. You know, I don't have a good answer to that. Because I love all the chapters, and they're all so different that it feels hard to actually compare them. Stolen health items doesn't really happen, but I need all of the Genji gear, basically, in order to deal with what's ahead later in the game. Well, later in the chapter. Also, I'm guessing that the stream has more or less worked itself out, right?
You knocked out my contact!
Okay. So in general, the problem is going to be that when we do have to fight something, it's going to be tough. So I need to get what EXP I can, because of the fact that I can't kill anything. But what I can do is I can pick up a bunch of different gear. No accessories yet, though. Yes, it does. If you kill someone, the main character will be like, I've killed one person. I've killed 2 people. I've killed 87 people, you know, and so on. It counts every single one. So anyway, as I was saying, I can't kill much because I can only kill stuff that's already dead. So we're going to kill stuff that's already dead. No kills. And I know what I'm doing. I haven't done this in quite a while, but I actually find it more interesting of a run than 100 kills. It's just the problem that we have to occasionally level up for best results. But I feel like overall, a 0 kill run still goes much faster than a 100 kill run. No bonus bosses. No, 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 no. Keep that frickin' fish away from me. There is a giant koi in the river, and it will kick your butt. It is an incredibly strong fish. Yeah, but I'd like to level up to level 5 or 6 here. For best results, because then I will have better skills. It's that kind of situation.
That was pure skill!
But yeah, if I have some levels here, I won't have much trouble with what's ahead. In a 100 kill game, you would have way more EXP than you will ever need, because you're killing so much stuff. But since we are going for 0 kills, you know. I am indeed liven. How are you, Sandy? Ah, bit my lip. Yeah, that would be cool. But, you know, part of the point is that the chapters are so different, I guess. So I can sort of forgive it when you consider that. It definitely looks like the connection's been quite stable for a while now. Looking over at Twitch Inspector, it looks good. Akira is pretty strong, but most of his moves are status ailments or things like that. It's really hard to use him right. Oh no! Oh no, Sandy, I know that situation. I know Roto knows that situation too. Let's get one more level. Just one more should be fine. care. You know, it's kind of funny when it comes to Sunset, because when you first get Sunset in any capacity, he doesn't seem that standout. But in reality, the more levels he gets, the more absurd his DPS gets, until he's pretty much the highest DPS character in the entire game. And yeah, recruiting him is annoying, especially the first time. After the first time, he just appears in a random spot, so it's okay. And yeah, bluntly, he kind of would. I think I only need to kill one, maybe two more. Well, that depends. What if you're doing one turn every second? I guess I miscalculated. Oh yeah, like D&D rules. I say an incredibly long sentence and throw 5 shurikens. I end my turn. That's typical D&D for you. Sara is incredibly strong. Like, part of the problem is that, not everyone understands this, but Suda is one of the most powerful skills in the entire game. Suda reduces all stats randomly. You can just keep using it, and the enemies will just keep getting more and more debuffed. It's not the most powerful move, but it is really, really good. Yeah. He starts out much more buff in that regard. Anyway. So, I'm gonna go back up into the attic again so that I can get up into the wall again. Wait, what am I saying? Words? Am I saying words? So that I can get up onto the castle wall again. I think that's a mislink, Renee. Unless you're trying to tell people where they can find the clip creator. Okay, let's go out onto the wall. And this time we're going to go further in this room over here. Yes, the Watanabe scene has already been seen. Oh gosh, yes it does. Man, I can't wait. You know what I'm most excited for might actually be the arranged soundtrack, though. You know, the Japanese version of the trailer is a little longer and has Megalomania in it. Yeah, it was so good. I listened to that this morning and I was like, oh my god, that is the best version of Megalomania I've heard. And then I was listening to the Live Alive concert all morning after that. This room. I want the grappling hook. Grappling hook is in a chest over there. Yes, but I have played this game like a dozen times before. It is a favorite of mine. How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Live Alive is a wonderful game. I'm glad so many people are going to be able to discover it finally. Because I've been trying to introduce more and more people to this game forever, but, you know, it's always kind of hard to get people to play an old SNES game like that. Oh, Chair, God, can you imagine if we were invited to work on a sequel to Live Alive? I think we would both just kind of die, right? Like, we would die because we would be so happy. Let's see, where am I going again? I'll figure it out. I'm sure there's a lot of people in this stream who have not played the games though, so bear that in mind. My reaction to the announcement is happiness, of course. Like, that's pretty much a silly question at this point. How do I do this again? Still not quite viable yet. Personally, I don't mind the art style, because you could have given me pretty much any art style. And, you know, it's a Live Alive remake. Like, I'm happy that there's a Live Alive remake. I don't need a specific art style or anything, because it's a Live Alive remake. Okay, we got the grappling hook. I guess I have to use the grappling hook. Or... No, I think I can just hit the switch here. There we go. This is the first one. Yeah, we haven't killed anyone yet. And now we're in the main building, I think. That sword's of no use to me. Why did I even grab it? Yeah, it's named after a cat. Wait, why did I answer potato? I didn't mean to answer potato. Whatever. We got the password and that's fine. Frylock, good point. Ah. Oh, Mr. Samurai, help! An intruder! And these poor souls. These poor, poor guys. This poor, poor group of people. You asked, and I haven't, and I said I will, and I will. I downloaded it last night. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, bye. Is there anything in here? There's stuff in here. Cool. You forget things to make space for food in your head? Well, Chair, what is my name? Anyway, the guy should be gone now, so I should be able to go in here. Right. Shazam! I should not have come in here. But it was amusing to see, right? For those of you who have never seen the game before. It appears that you have still yet to harm a single person. Remarkable! Perhaps you really can save this accursed castle. Please take this with my regards. Costella, 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 Costella. That gets me every time. Costella. Also, this is Fry coming around every corner. Did I swallow the items from the other room? Yep. Oh boy. I hate this room. I hate this room so much. But I need to go in here because there's Genji gear right here. Now the hard part's going to be getting out of the room with the Genji gear. Eh. It looks like the stream is going to stay stable. I'm glad. Because it was a really touch-and-go thing getting started today. Okay, so how am I going to get out of this? These things are a little too dangerous for me to fight. Oh no! Oh, they just tossed me right out. Great. I do not need to go. I may as well just load. It's a long walk. And I would just have to go back to where I was anyway. That sounded like the bell. Oops. Oh god. Like, I need to get back to the rope ladder. Oh no, what the... Okay, so just dash over here. What the... See, this is one of the fun parts of the run. Although you guys know, we are probably like somewhere between half and 2/3 of the way through this run, because the 0-kill run of this scenario is much shorter than other runs. Much shorter. Oh no! Thank you for the advice, Mr. J. Or perhaps you're Hagrid. Saved the game. Probably a terrible idea. Whoa. Whoa. You don't have to be buff in that world. But better yet, just don't go into that world because of the way the author became. Whew. Oh crap. Yeah, words that we don't speak in this stream, typically. I'm a bit lost. It was inevitably going to happen eventually. Let me try going back a bit. Maybe upstairs? Oh. I know where I am again. There should be another room up here. There's another item in here, I think. Oh man, we do have some merchandise, but yeah, I don't have plushies. I would love to have plushie merch. That would be awesome. But how do I take care of these again? Oh no. Oh no. Thank you for the follow, Joshua Ryukin. I think I'm dead. Unless I can get this to actually destroy one of them. I hope you enjoy your time in my stream. Okay, I might be able to do it. I just need to get out of here and... now stab it. Huh, can I? You may be right. Either way, I managed to destroy it, and that's the important thing. And now I can grab the item. The Genji armor. As before, the Genji gear is just super important to this run. Like, I cannot state enough how important it is to this run. I get the feeling it would have hit an enemy regardless. And now we are once again out of the trap room. Thank goodness, right? Okay, so it's time to fight the Trap Master. This fight is going to be really rough with this low amount of experience. Shoot, how did you know that it was a trap? Alright, I've turned the trap off. Don't worry, it's quite safe now. Come, come, sit down. You're quite the suspicious one. Don't you trust me? Shoot! Alright, you win! Ah, the tea is finally ready. By the way, how did you like all the little gadgets set up around the castle? Oh no, they're not all traps. My wonderful mechanical body, for instance. Have a seat. Okay. So... the best thing I can do is walk around these things. I might be able to hit him directly after doing so. And if I do that, I should be able to win. The electrical discharge is a problem, though. It hurts really bad. Is there any better move for this? Okay, let's throw some more shurikens. Oh crap. That one can hit me from there. Oh man. Okay, I might lose this time. Emphasis on this time. Yep, R.I.P. Master. No, Fry Maru. It seems that the rising of the sun over our fair land is still a long way off. Incomplete. So with a little more luck, I can win that fight, though. We are in the castle of Lord Ode Io, who is a terror on Japan. And we are in the room of the man who controls all the traps within Lord Ode Io's castle. Let's see, I think I know where to move. No, that won't work because I didn't manage to push the things back. So that one below me can still attack me directly. Oh crap. He has electric discharge too. Okay, I should be okay. It's not completely RNG, there's definitely strategy to it. You have to be very careful during the battles when you're playing it this way. It's much easier to kill people. It's much easier to kill people. What the? Just one shuriken? That's better. Yay! And with that, all of the traps in the castle have been removed. Oh my god, my body won't stop! Somebody stop it! Kaboom! Is there anything else in here? There isn't. At this point, it's better to be in the prison. Or to get sent to the prison, I mean. Not to be in there. I'm gonna save this ninja over here because it's Goemon. And you always save Goemon. I'm Goemon. Are you the one that saved me? Thanks. I'll repay you someday. Excuse me. Goemon. Refills some of the chests, I think. Yes, yes. Yoko Shimamura. Shimamura. It's one of her lesser-known works, but it is nonetheless a very good work. Anyway. probably should have taken that chest before I released him, shouldn't I? I hope I didn't need it. It's just money, then again. Goemon was here. So there's a question of how many monies do I actually need? I probably saved after I got Goemon out, right? Nope. Like, I should be able to get 2 monies if I grab the money now, and then let him out. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. Okay, let's open the cell now and let him out. And then the chest will be refilled and I can get a second money. And I might need that extra money later. Like, as odd as it may sound, these monies actually matter. We're not going to be buying anything with it, though. Now, you remember where I was going a minute ago. I'm going to go there again. Dude, you don't even mind if I take your sword? It's a pretty good sword, too. Guy just doesn't care, I guess. Oh. This room. You see, if you're trying to get 100% kills, you have to figure out how to kill this girl before she gets in the chest. Because if she gets in the chest, she will just be a girl in a box for the rest of the game. You won't be able to get her out of the chest. And you won't be able to kill her, so you won't be able to get 100 kills. She's one of the gotchas. There's a lot of stuff like that. Oh boy, this room. I can't believe the auto mod caught that. That's... I have questions and I don't want answers. Okay, that was the wrong password. third time? Goemon was here. Why was there a trap if the traps are already deactivated? That's the question. What the... Oh well, whatever. It is eerily quiet in this room now. Shinobi Gauntlet. Is that a hand item or an accessory? Flemish Shuriken. That might be useful later. No accessories. No accessories. I hear a dog barking outside. Goemon, why did you put another Genji helm in that chest? How did you put another Genji helm in that chest? That means there's another Genji armor here, too. Oh my gosh. Okay, here's where we need money. I can't remember how many of them we need, though. That's the problem. Do I even have... I don't have the item to actually activate this thing. Normally you can get a clone by using this, but in the end I don't actually have the item. It's like a spring? Something like that. I kind of accounted for this though. I figured that this would happen. Wait. Oh no. Without this item, I can't actually get 0 kills. Because you see, there's these enemies here. Well, it can't be helped. The thing is, if I reset, we'll be doing the whole chapter over. So at this point, I just have to eat the kills. The enemy you get -1 for killing is because it turns out they weren't human when you previously thought they were. So they end up counting as a negative kill. Right at the end of the run, too. You know what? You know what? Okay. Okay. Fine. I think I can do it much faster the second time. I know, I was only using one slot like a dummy. And I completely forgot that you have to get the spring from the boss. I had enough money, I didn't have the spring. Because you see, the item to activate him comes from the Trapmaster boss. But it doesn't always drop. But whatever, I decide to eat this and to go ahead and do it anyway. I will get my 0 kills. That's fine. Because we've already seen basically the entire routine leading up to that part. We've seen the entire 0 kill run up to that point. It's not that hard. It's actually pretty easy. It's just a little part where I have to grind a bit that's annoying. And yes, I will save scum for the drop. It's all okay. It's all okay. I'm not worried. I know the tricks to killing the traps. I know the ways to deal with all the rooms. I am completely set. It's not going to be so bad. I know, isn't that great? By the way, how are you guys enjoying your new emotes? Plural. Because there's 2 animated emotes in there.
It's popcorn time!
See, that takes a while right there. How did you get in here? I jumped. That's an extremely obscure reference. Nobody will get that. It's a reference to the Harmony Gold dub of Harlock. Okay, the chainmail is in this room, right? Yeah. I'm more used to things again, so I can just run. Like, poof. There we go. Yep, that's dealt with. Cool. Okay, and just like that, we're in the attic, and we see the Watanabe event again. See, it's already going pretty fast, right? Like, I have the entire route down. It's not going to be a problem. Yep. Poor Papa Sneak. I can't remember if Goemon puts anything in those chests or not. I mean, he refills basically every chest, but I don't know if the empty ones get anything put in them. Bye! Hello, Greenlow. Good to see you. How are you? Shoutouts to Greenlows. You recently became a VTuber as well. That is pretty entertaining, to be honest. Oops. Good luck, medical Dr. Grilson. Oh, the caption said Kingston. What the? Fry! Fry, what are you doing in here? I said the word Kingston and Fry showed up. What the heck? Fry, do you respond to the name Kingston now? Because that's kind of taken, you know. Don't mind me, I'm just petting the cat. Philip Kingston Fry? I'm not sure Vox would necessarily agree to this. Let's put on these Genji socks. As before, we're going to grind up to level 6. And it's fun that the real Fry is right here in the room watching. Oops, what am I doing? I'm paying too much attention to Fry. Well, I can't pay too much attention to Fry. I can pay sufficient attention to Fry, but it's not too much. Never too much. This Fry is precious. Okay, so we grind away on these spirits a bit. I might want to remember to come back for another Genji Tabi when I've gotten to the point where I have the robot. It was like 1 HP away from one-shotting. It's not like I'm lacking gear or anything. So it's just specifically 1 away from one-shotting. That's amusing. These poor lost souls. that I just keep killing, even though they're already dead. Oh, now it one-shots them. So, everyone enjoying the stream? Please tell me, how can I make your stream experience more enjoyable? Yeah.
You knocked out my contact!
Okay, so we've got the levels. Now I need to, Right, I remember now. I need to go into the room with all the conveyor belts. And to do that, I need to get back up onto the roof again. See, I remember what I'm doing. Sort of. I remember the route. I swear. It's at the end of the walls. It's all good. It's okay. I'm afraid so. My brain has absolutely shuriken.
That was pure skill!
See, I absolutely do remember. Because I'm smart. Meow meow. Hydration complete. Oops. Okay, now the people get killed. See, the thing is, it's fine if people die as long as you don't personally kill them. Did I say that out loud? Costella, 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 Costella.
You know what they say, the more the merrier!
Yep. Oh crap, I got lost. Like, which way was it? Through here? Oh no. The connection. Ooh. It looks like it's okay again, guys. Can you hear me now? It always sounds ridiculous when I put on a voice like that, doesn't it? Yeah, this section was miserable last time, and it's gonna be miserable this time too. But that's okay. Because misery loves company and we're all here together. I have to get to the Genji helm and grab it, and then I have to get out. Bah. Bah. Like, I could allow myself to get caught, but if I did... Oh, hey, Fry. Fry's back. If I did allow myself to get caught, I would have to go the long way around. Because I would be in jail, and I have the key to the jail, but... Fry, are you just gonna claw my chair? Is that all you're gonna do, Fry? You're not gonna lay on the bed? Fry, you're being very distracting right now. Fry, come on, to bed. He's clawing my chair is the thing. Fry, what is it? Chair, you probably... Chair, are you okay after being attacked by my cat? I swear, he only does it lovingly. There's another place with traps I need to go. Is it up here? Oh wait, no. No, I think I remember. And yeah, there's been a lot of spoilers, but I think that it's more preferred that you don't spoil because there's probably a lot of people in here who haven't played through the game. And if not, there could be, you know? Traps are still enabled. And lost. Wait, I remember. Typically, Lee. no. We got past the room. Oh, hi, Mark. These are not kills, they're traps. Oh no. It's faster to reset because the big scheme at the end when you die. How's the stream right now? Is the stream okay? Where's the stream? Is it okay? Is it alright? No. But yes, thank you guys for the feedback. It's very helpful to know. It's very helpful to know. Should I kill the blue ones? I think if I try to shuriken it directly, it'll just hit the corner guy, right? Ow. See, I'm pretty sure Retro or somebody else suggested that I should do that. But you see where it got me. I knew there was a reason I was defaulting to being careful about it. Oh crap. Yeah, it doesn't go through. I was pretty sure I remembered such, and that's clearly why I handled it the way I did in the first place, like on instinct. But it was spectacularly bad. I got hit for 999 damage. So you know, that happened. Couldn't it, though? But... See, I have to trust chat, because the word chat means cat in French. Anyway, we get the Genji armor. That's the important part of this. Like, all of this is us collecting Genji gears so that we'll be well prepared. Even then, the last boss is still going to be fairly tough. Okay, so in French, the C, the H, the A, and the T are all silent. Okay, so it's pronounced... Got it. You really gotta work your tongue and the roof of your mouth to say it properly, you see. get the Genji armor. We're almost caught up. They counterattack, and it hurts really, really bad. They will counterattack you for 999 damage. Oh, it's that room. Okay, so now we're at this part. As a reminder, we need the item drop. Have a seat. Let's see if we can knock these things back, because that would help. Like, that's gotta be my opening move for this fight. And if I can knock them back, then I can stand in the top right somewhat safely, while I throw shurikens at the Trap Master. Oops. Crap. Yes, yes. Oh, that one can shoot me from there? Oh, crap. That's okay. Maybe if I kill the things. I don't like killing them. Makes this fight harder, but... maybe that might be the trick. Okay, that move is not helping here. I have to use shurikens if I really want to kill them, it seems. Oh crap. Especially because that will happen. Okay, okay. Okay, I have a plan, sort of. Sort of. Oh, Mr. J. Right, I have to cross. Sometimes I have a very short-term memory. There is no cat in this room aside from me. Oh well. Hello, Patchy. Short-term memory, who mentioned that? Let's see. We're gonna throw shurikens. Let's see how effective this is. Okay, if I kill this one, I should be safe enough to heal. Okay, now I can sort of attack these. This one. Using the Shinobi Kiri is not a great idea because I would be right next to them when they explode. So that's why I have to use the shuriken. Okay, I think I'll go around. Maybe the fire field. Ow! Okay, the fire field is good, but ow! Ow. The fire field isn't taking effect again. Oops. Hello, Adam. How are you doing? I had like 30,000 dropped frames, but it seems like the stream eventually stabilized, thank God. Or other deity of choice. Let's put a fire floor on all of these guys. Ow! I'm gonna use the Castella because... Ow. If I can just get rid of these two discharging ones, I should be able to wait this out while the fire field deals with them. Ow. Tenmus is probably fine for this. What the heck, captions? Hey look, I can snipe him! That should kill them. Or no, they'll die in the next one though. Wait, is he gonna die on this hit? No. So it's fine. We just need to pass until the fire field takes effect again. Ow. Okay, that'll do it. Now I can go in for the kill. Oh no. Oh no. Another Costella. I don't like using these, but... This ought to do it? No, no. I miscalculated again. Oh man. Oh man. Do I risk it? Ow. Wait, not ow. There we go. Okay, but did I get a spring? Okay, I didn't get a spring. Yeah, I need a spring because I need to be able to activate Roboro. As you see, if I can't activate the robot, then I will be forced to get some kills. It's one of the gotchas. And yeah, this guy, his body is completely mechanical at this point. He's replaced everything, so... 사이보그다. Well, this is the first one. Die, monster! We got it. The part with the thing. Okay, so we got a bunch of stuff to do now.
You knocked out my contact!
We're gonna go back to the trap rooms, make sure we got all the chests. We have the spring.
That was pure skill!
I don't know about all that.
You'd be cranky too if you had a spring for a neck.
Okay. So I should be able to just fall in the hole and go to the, jail now. And once again, we are doing well. In significantly less time than the first time around. It's taken us about 30 to 45 minutes to do this run, maybe.
I guess.
Probably like 45, compared to like an hour and 20 the first time around. Okay, let's... Yeah, BSNES is open source. It's still maintained. Okay, so Goemon is saved. The chest will refill. Just like my heart. And I can get another money. I need at least 4.
Where's that damn 4th Chaos Emerald?
Okay. Alright, here's the guy who doesn't care if I take his sword.
Oh my god, JC, a bomb! Faker!
Right, okay, so... I should have saved. Oh, whatever, I got it right anyway. Yeah. Okay, so I want to get the Genji gear again. The save count does not do anything that I've called. I mean, it's nice information to have. So anyway, it's good to have a second set of Genji equipment for later. I will want to go back and get the Genji Tabi as well. But for the moment...
You know what they say, the more the merrier!
We put the money in the slot. And put the Zenmai in the bot. Obviously, this doesn't count as a kill because it's a robot and I'm also not killing it anyway. It survives. So you know.
Activate the volcanic defense system to shield the base with my lava magma.
Okay. Oops. Did I really just fall in the trap like that? No, that's bad. The bot breaks. I can't believe I just did something so incredibly dumb. That's okay. That's fine. These things happen. Ta-da!
It's popcorn time!
I could go for some popcorn, but I wouldn't be able to play a game with my hands so greasy, so no.
Oh my god, JC, a bomb!
Party time!
It is party time, though. Good point, that would work. Shinobi kitty. Shinobi kitty. I assume my voice is a little bit behind the music because of filtering. So, watch this. This is how we avoid getting a kill here. It's busted. The bot is afraid of mice. Maybe it's not worth going back for the Tabi. I'll just go on ahead. Who's there? Aha! You made it this far, eh? Ha 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 ha! Well done! You've shown me how worthless the men in this castle really are! After all, they did let my sworn enemy get this close to me. It doesn't matter how strong you are when you're surrounded. And furthermore, my gun's trained on you right now! You can't do that! Who are you? Watch out! Even shinobi such as yourself haven't a prayer against one of these. The last shot was aimed carefully, but you never know where the next shot will end up. Damn you! They can hold me prisoner as long as they want. It won't make a difference. Heh. Ha ha ha! Trying to corner me, eh? How's this? Come, Musashi! Miyamoto Musashi! Ha 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 ha! The most skillful swordsman that ever lived. I mean, sure, but he's dead now. It's busted. Come on! So this is why I want all that extra Genji gear. A shinobi? Ah well, I guess it's just bad luck for you that we now cross swords. How about you? It says prisoner if he hasn't introduced himself, and Ryoma if he has. So it depends on how you get him. Obviously, having two party members makes things much easier at this point, although I still have wrists. Oh well, Ryoma's dead. These things happen. Wait, why am I using that? Shuriken's barely affected. At least I'm healing. Don't worry, he's still alive. He's just dead right now. As am I. Okay, let's try something a little different this time. I'm gonna have to be tactical in order to win this fight. That goes without saying at this point. So I gotta remember what works in this guy, because I don't remember. But clearly turning him around at least works as a distraction. Oh no! I don't think we're screwed. It is going to be tricky though. There's going to have to be a specific strategy involved here. Oh crap. It's definitely possible to win this. I might want to go back for the Tabi. Oh. Musashi haunts every room. I never knew that. I never went back. And yes, they are. I just want some for the actual boss fight, because it's going to be nasty without it. So I just got to figure out the ideal strategy for this situation here. I think setting things on fire will help. I mean, you know what they say, if you have a problem, just throw a Molotov cocktail and you have an entirely different problem.
You know what they say, the more the merrier. Activate the volcanic defense system to shield the base with my lava magma.
So I don't have any moves that are really good here. That's the problem. If I had that butterfly attack, it would work great. Ranged attack doesn't work. Better just heal. Fire another warning shot. Then maybe Fry can get next to the dude. Oh crap. Oh crap, I didn't mean to pass. Now see, the thing is, in general, this chapter is the one that would be most likely to take me the most time. So by getting it out of the way first, I'm basically taking care of the hardest part of the game first. Outside of the final chapter. And thank you, I hydrated. Alright, that does 0. Right, that doesn't do much either. So warning shots are definitely the way to go. And Shinobi Kitty. Crap, it missed! Oh no. Okay, this might be a problem. I can win this, but it's not very easy at all. There, now I can hit with the warning shot. Unfortunately, it didn't last long enough to help. And now that he's next to the corner, it won't help at all. Ugh. Okay, this is not great. Just die, please. Please? Please die! Please! I should have healed. What a rotten way to die. Okay. I think I've got a strategy. Drip pepperonis indeed. Okay, so I'm just going to lay down some fire to start with. Fry is way too weak to stand up to these attacks. Ryoma can stand up to the attacks. So Fry can be relegated to healer. If he were alive. I think he just respects the nature of the profession. Fighting from the shadows like that. Honestly. It aligns with his, style. Oops. Crap, that's not good. Pepperoni and cheese. Yeah, basically. Okay, let's just try to DPS him down. If Fry would not miss... But Ryoma can probably beat him on his own. If it comes to that. Right on! Superb! Not many men could defeat the great Musashi. Fry Maru, I shall not forget your name.
Pure skill!
There's another boss fight ahead, aside from the final boss. Uh-huh. I won't let you get any nearer to Master Io. Hey look, it's Mai from King of Fighters. Probably the same brute force method.
Die, monster! You don't belong in this world!
Oh no, Ryoma's drunk. Go home, Ryoma. Live Alive is one of my favorite RPGs of all time. It has been since the 90s. Thank you for the question, though. Welcome to the chat. Oh, Mr. J. This is a 0 kill run. Which is why I'm not just plowing her down so easily right now. Yes, Cher. Your weakness. Another hit or two should do it. I think. Favorite chapter? Well, Medieval definitely tugs at the heartstrings the most, but I would say Kung Fu. China. Cher, we were already friends. 555. Ha 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 ha. Oh no! Oh no, she rooted me! She keeps absorbing, it's not exactly gonna help. I'm gonna lose this time. Probably. I'm running out of Costellas, which is not good. Believe me, I'll be playing the remake too. Oh no. This is a bad position to be in. But with a warning shot, maybe? Nope. It's plenty fine to talk about it. In general, I try to avoid heavy spoilers, not because of any issue with me, because I know the game well, but because, you know, some viewers might not know it well. Oh crap, I attacked the candle! R.I.P. Okay, so I'm gonna need a better strategy for this fight, but I'm sure I can handle it. Take it easy, Greenie. Yeah, 0 kill is rough. But it's technically the shortest way to play the chapter. Okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna place some fire first. Let's see if she's affected by gun. She's reasonably affected by gun. That means she's probably affected by shuriken too. Musashi is not, but... Let's see, I can hit from here. I don't recommend testing that chair. I don't recommend it. Go home, Fried Mario, you're drunk. Yep, I've always loved this game. I first played it in the 90s when I first discovered emulation, and I was just trying anything that I'd never heard of before. I got into a lot of stuff that way, and I eventually ended up learning Japanese. Yeah, well... It's interesting how these things go. There's so many hidden things in this game. Like, I don't want to show them intentionally, but there are like 2 secret nude scenes as well. Of all things. And, I played a lot of the game without the patch. Over time, I learned to read Japanese. Yeah, there's one in the Sci-Fi chapter as well. It involves teleport. But yeah, the Watanabe scene in Masaru's chapter is incredibly obscure. Because even if you go to a specific spot, which is where it triggers, there is still only like 1 in 64 chance of it happening. Yeah, there's so many secret things and neat little details. It's part of what makes it so amazing and part of what made me want to pay so much attention to details in games. Yep. Most people never even beat Captain Square. Because, you know, there's such a specific strategy to actually manage it, especially in the last few stages. Like, they're all puzzles. I'm still coughing. Okay, this is not great. Oh no, she used cold touch again. And Fry's in a bad spot. Yeah, even though it can't actually be used as a trap. She just gets mad. Just about. Oh no. Okay, that's bad. This situation is extremely bad. Like, I was sure that I was actually winning, but the fact is that... yeah, I just don't like grinding too long there, so I only grinded to level 6 there. Yeah, I guess so. It's not a huge heal, but... although, this is kind of funny right here, don't you think? Oops. Oops! Oh no! If I hadn't attacked the candle by accident, she would still be in an AI loop, I think. And I would probably be winning. It's just kind of funny. The moment she gets adjacent to me, though, I'm doomed. Well, I'm still doomed, though. It's okay. I can't really do meaningful damage like this anyway. Except when she's facing away. Oh no! Why is it when I'm downed, it decides to go after a candle instead? When I'm leg locked. Well, that just happened. Master EO! Please, wait. I want to thank you for sparing me. Will you accept a small gift? Which is another thing. You have to spare this woman if you want every kill.
I guess.
Good luck. The maid's obi increases your intelligence very significantly. Or... no? I could have sworn. Oh, it's when you wear it as a hat. Or... there's some way to increase IQ from the maid's obi, isn't there? Oh. So that's the item I'm thinking of. My bad. Ah, I'm sorry. Please, this is what I really wanted to give you. Right, the medicine box, that's what increases IQ. And that makes all of prize magic stronger. It'll be just like squashing a tiny little bug. Take this. Yeah, I know what these things are. I have translated Japanese professionally. This is the first one in this run. Unfortunately. Hello, Dim Cookie. It's good to see you. How are you doing? Konbanwa? It's a little more complicated than that. This translation isn't always perfect. People... I shouldn't complain too much. Interesting. But then fighting in close quarters such as this isn't any fun, is it? Let's take this outside. Come on. Yeah, but that's how it goes. There you are. Over here. Poor Ryoma. Behold! Cower before the sublime form of he who shall rule the land of the rising sun. Good. 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 thank you for the follow.
What is a man?
Is that what chaos control is?
Strategy here is kind of dumb, but it works.
The ringmaster.
Not great that Fry got paralyzed, though. Anyway, I don't think I'm gonna take requests on the next chapter. It's gonna be up to what I feel like I can manage next.
Die, monster! You don't belong in this world!
Okay, I kinda had that coming. You know what would be rad? If the remake had a different remix of Megalomania for every time it's used. I really gotta move Fry. I mean, I've seen games do stuff like that before, like S-Braid, which had one boss theme before, so they remixed it multiple times for each boss instead of coming up with new songs or anything. You know, it probably will be. I highly suspect it will be. Yes, I've heard of it, I haven't played it yet. Less founded on that even. Like, the reason that it took so long for Toho to officially come to the West is because Zune was so concerned about copyright laws in the West, understandably, because, you know, he doesn't want anybody to be restrained from working like that, from doing fan works. And I know that well because one of my old bosses repeatedly got Zune drunk trying to get him to license the games. That may have been an issue, but it definitely wasn't the bigger one. Yeah, I work for Xseed. Everything counts. I've been in the industry like 13 or 14 years now, I guess. But, you know, I'm just here streaming and vibing. So that isn't the most important thing at this moment. Unless you're playing, Responsible Taxi. Well, we're still on the first chapter, but it's gone well. The only problem is I messed up in a really dumb way and had to start over. But that's okay. Oh boy. Just kinda gotta throw fry to the dogs over here. As soon as the oh crap. Okay, that's not good. This is an extremely bad situation now. Froggy. Where are you, Froggy? the dumbest possible way to try to finish this. Nope. Like, between the blood drawing and the poison, it's not a great situation, but it's not unwinnable. It's just very much not good. If I win at this point, it'll be by the skin of my teeth. There's just something about that part of the field, I guess. Oh crap.
I'm out of here!
It's no use!
It's okay. These things happen. The problem is, he was using his blood drain ability extremely often. Typically, that doesn't happen that way. Typically, the strategy that I had at the start works very well. Sometimes you can even keep him completely stun-locked while just laying into him with the magic like that. And as long as he doesn't get close, it's not a big deal. When he starts to close the distance, that's when things start to get uglier. And once he's adjacent to you, you've got a problem. Yeah. There's all kinds of small details in this game, Retro. All kinds. The vast majority of people still don't know that there's a Watanabe scene in the Wrestler chapter. Because it really isn't obvious. I don't feel like that's a secret. I feel like almost everyone knows that one. There is no Watanabe scene in the Sci-Fi chapter, but there is a reference. It isn't, but it depends. It's easiest to lose against characters that you had massively overleveled in their chapters because, to an extent, the stats of the enemy versions actually scale. Also reasonably easy to lose against Bariki Dio, actually. Okay, we're doing it. Yeah, but imagine if the person streaming the game was me. Oh, I said me. You know, Sara Lene from twitch.tv/Sara Lene. Chardonnay? What the heck, captions? Yeah, they're very bad sometimes, but that's the best part. Oh crap. I did not mean to move as him. Not ideal. You can still do this. It just involves a lot of warning shots. You'd be surprised how many Super Nintendo and Super Famicom games have stereo soundtracks, actually. In fact, some games give you a mono or stereo option, but default to mono, so nobody ever hears the stereo version unless they notice that they need to change the setting. Hello, Orsted. Strabo not giving you any trouble, I hope. Also, did the captions just plain stop working? Captions, where are you? Captions, please. Oh, drink blood. That's not good. Fail anything for that kind of thing. Because you have to kill the Trap Master regardless, the Trap General. Hello, Mauve. How are you doing? Move to you two. Yeah, there's no way to take him to the last boss fight, no matter what you do. And there's a couple repeatable fights you can level up with, like the Hitodamas, the Lost Souls. Yeah, they are slow, but they're available from the start, which is handy. Oh, do not get me started on that giant koi. Yeah. And you need the robot because otherwise you have to kill the guards in front of the door in the first place. I mean, you can do it. It's repeatable. You can still kill the guy after that. No. And we didn't even see her. But she spawns in every single room you enter. And you have to kill her several times in order to actually kill her. But she does go away if you repeatedly kill her. Most people give up after they see that she just keeps coming back anyway, so they just run from the fights, but she actually does die, eventually. Yeah, and we never even had to encounter that guy. The favorite dish one is the ninja early in the chapter, not the guy you're thinking of. Like, he won't accept the ode io or potato options. The ninja won't. He just has funny responses. But there is another guard that only accepts potato. So, do you think I'm close at all? Anyone? Oh no! I hate when he gets turned toward. Yeah, there's also the fun of the girl in the box. Me, a genius? Come on, I'm just some cat girl. It would be handy. Kind of at a loss too. It's only so long because I'm so weak, mind you. Oh crap, not again. I'm glad there's no poison filled there. Costella. 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 Costella.
You know what they say, the more the merrier.
Feeling this is the worst position for me to have Brian. Like, this is probably better. Did I just make a huge mistake? I might have. Like, if Oda ends up moving down, we'll have a big problem, but until then, we're fine. I don't want to know about Toho Live. I want to find out for myself.
You don't belong in this world.
I appreciate your understanding. Stella. Yeah, so I just want to find out for myself on that one. Cuidado. Tango really clears the mind. Yep, Japanese trailer's awesome. But it definitely has more spoilers. I still can't believe the way they ended the English trailer. That's a huge spoiler, like, for anybody who will actually remember that moment when they go back and play the game. Let alone the spoilers that are in the Japanese trailer, which are pretty big. Yeah, but, like, it's pretty obvious. The silhouette is not very subtle. Honestly, I would have thought that I would have been past there already, but I guess the poison tile's the reason. But anyway, I hate math. I'm a programmer, but I hate math. I definitely do, Chair. I think Roto likes math, though. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That is not the item I meant to use. The bad thing is, I have no healing items left. At this point, if I win this, it's gonna be a heck of a thing.
I guess.
I don't want to be standing on this poison, that's not good. Oh, neither's that. Oak. Come on.
That was pure skill!
Pog. Hug.
It's party time!
What a joke. As if we'd let a man who sacrificed his very humanity lead our land. I have a favor to ask of you. I have many, many enemies. There comes a time when one can no longer fight. It will just lead to more and more hatred. I know that you don't kill without cause. That's why I want you to have this. I think it's better in your hands than in mine. Yoshiyuki. Ah, well done, my friends. Don't worry about me.
Oh my
I'm
God,
all right.
JC, a bomb!
I'm very good at projecting my voice, so I know that my friends in the ship can hear me from on top of this distant rooftop, despite the fact that you can see an entire town of houses all across the way. Hi, Felly. How are you? Huh? Who am I? I thought you knew. I am Ryoma Sakamoto. I have friends on that ship. You know, it's kind of sad. We struggle and fight over the temporary rule of an artificial nation. Why go to war for such a fleeting goal? Why sacrifice so many lives? It's kind of silly, is it not? But, for better or worse, such seems to be the nature our nature as people. We can't change that any more than we could change the past. But I know that one day everyone will live here in peace. I have faith in that. But what a waste. I'm surprised a man such as yourself is a shinobi. What do you think? Why don't you join me? Excellent. We'll have to prepare a feast on the ship tonight. The sun is coming up. One day the land of the rising sun will see a new dawn as well. I'm sure of it.
Future.
Well done, I guess.
A bomb!
Too speed! Fast and way too fast!
After killing 0 people, Prime Maru rescued Ryoma Sakamoto from Ode Castle. I just had a huge sneeze. Thank you. Will you excuse me for a moment? I would like a soda.
I'm out of here!
Hello. Salutation here. The fierce youth has entered a global fighting tournament to experience and learn the combat styles of the world. He will see many unique techniques and will use them to achieve the ultimate goal, the title of the strongest in the world. Once, I told everyone in the gym my dream. Today is the day that my journey begins. My journey to stand on top of the world. To learn all of the fighting skills of every martial art. I must be adaptable. If I am not, I will not survive. Nobody has ever attempted anything like this. I am the first. I will let my fists do the talking. I will learn much from each fighter. And with each battle, I will grow stronger. Let the games begin. Bring it on. The world shall hear me roar. I look forward to the coming battles. Yeah. You truly wish to become the strongest? I hope you have studied well of the art of war. Come on, hit me with Suda. Ow. That's not Suda. That's not Suda either. See, that's better. Yep. Suda is the must-have move. It's basically the strongest thing in the game, if you use it right. Well, that's fine. If you don't learn the moves from them, you can still get them later. So it's not that big of a deal. I mean, it tends to depend, and I know most of this stuff already. Oops. That didn't go how I planned. Like, I'm another person who knows the ins and outs of this game. Yep. It's also annoyingly hard to get him where you want, considering the nature of things. And Magical Sound Shower from Outrun is a good song. Heh. And if you don't know what I mean, compare Kiss of Jealousy to Magical Sound Shower and you'll understand. Well, you see, I'm here to kill chaos.
Is that what chaos control is?
I'm not gonna bother with the Watanabe scene because it's just such a pain in the butt to make it happen. You have to get Great Asia into the bottom right corner. And you have to stand next to him and let him bite you. And there's a 1 in 64 chance that it'll trigger. For a long time, people didn't even believe that there was a scene in this chapter. Because the requirements to trigger it are so obscure that you will never happen upon it by accident, basically. It does exist, it's just really obscure, and the funny thing is, like, it's a very, very minor scene. It's completely underwhelming for how obscure it is. But still, it's cool that it exists. But yeah, he gets hit with like a soda can, and he's like, oh no, I'm gonna kill you now. He doesn't say it like that, obviously. He doesn't say... I know, right? It sounds like some obscure myth. And yet it's an actual, completely real thing.
I guess.
If you can name something in this chapter, or any chapter in this game, I meant in the game, I've probably done it. Like, that one's from Jackie, right? The one where he throws all the rocks. And it's mostly wild because of the fact that you can learn it even though it's not listed in the learnables. See? There we go. Man, that hurts. What? Nope, that takes too long. Terrible idea. Hit him with Suda beforehand. And yeah, basically. Yeah, like it's not just this. It's not just the stage select. This really is Mega Man rules. To the forehand. Yeah, they do, but nah, Battle Network rules are defeat means friendship. true. Georgie Tables is actually a Mega Man Battle Network character. Yeah, that sounds right, Mauve. That definitely sounds right. You know, I wonder if they'll add even more secrets and small touches to the new version, or if it'll just be loyal. That's something I really wonder. Yeah. Like, it's hard enough to get Great Asia into the position to trigger the event in the first place. It should just be compulsory at that point, honestly. That's my opinion. Of course, the funny thing about the rock attack is that it's really not useful. I mean, not in this chapter. Like, you can use it, but the odds that you're actually going to hit anything with it are pretty low. A situation like this might work. Or it might just get me murdered. So, you know. Oh no, it got me murdered. Wah wah. A foreign one. A foreign one.
Well done, I guess.
Besides, isn't it Panchama? Yeah, it's Panchama. I think it was mistranslated as Panchama in the earlier translation, though. It might even be Panchama. I don't really know. But I do feel like it was translated as Panchama in an earlier version. I feel like that was the case. Oh, why am I letting myself get killed like this? This is not the right range to be in. This is better. Still might get murdered, though. Range. I think I'll come back for Namcat. I already had both moves at that point. By the way, you know there actually is a trick to getting Great Asia to stop using Bite? He only uses Bite if you don't have the status ailment from it. So if you get poisoned and you get hit by the other version of Bite, you will get hit with his other moves after that. It's a matter of having both status ailments. It's just not something I was worrying about earlier because I was trying to get him into position. Because like this version, causes like an invisible status ailment. It's weird. But of course, if you start healing, then he goes back to using Bite. And yeah, Max Morgan is really strong. Legitimately very strong. So you see it, huh, Roto? And yeah, alive. Hello, EMP. How are you doing? You know, I don't know, but I know it's one of mine. It has been forever. Like since the 90s. Yeah, agreed. It's not worth learning all of them. And you can't miss anything, so... Yep. All you need are the locks and Suda. Suda is just ridiculously powerful. But there we go. Yeah, there is a 0% chance that I wasn't talking about it ages and ages ago. Oops, I'm dead. You'll never be able to knock my head off. Like, dude, I wasn't trying to knock your head off. Jasm. How are you doing? Yes, let me just put my axe away. A Live Alive remake was announced yesterday. It's coming to Switch in July. Or was it June? I think it was July, though. Yeah, July. July 22nd. Yeah, that is pretty wild, too. And yeah, he's a luchador. Just like I suspect Roto secretly moonlights as. Look, luchadors have crazy names. God, I hope so. Rudra deserves it. Live Alive deserved it more, but Rudra deserves it as well. I've been waiting for something for Live Alive for so long, though. Like, I don't know. I was the person in all my friend groups who was always pushing Live Alive. I actually didn't even know that Vox was such a fan of it. But that's a happy coincidence, since she's a good friend of mine. I mean, I grew up loving SNES JRPGs like this game. I just didn't know Vox was into them as well. Until recently. Like, this kind of game, I mean, like, Live Alive specifically, rather. I know. Although, funny enough, he is actually pretty vulnerable to his own suplex in some cases. You have to get lucky, but once you've learned it, you can technically beat him with it if you're lucky. Yep. Max Morgan is incredibly powerful. That's just how it is. Max is number 1, and you're number 2. But all of you are number 1 in my book. Thank you all for being here. Ominous? How so? Ooh, got him arm locked. He can't do much without his arms, is the thing. Don't worry. I'm not gonna kill all of you. I know, right? It's so unusual for Max to not be the last one. Usually everyone beats Max last. And who can blame them? Because you're in good company, Patchy. Yeah, I always knew that Vox was into Saga. It was a surprise to me to learn that she was into Live Alive. Somebody, mods. You damaged my beautiful face. Not bad, Doman. You are such a tiny man. Your determination is admirable if misplaced. I am not impressed, though. My competition was not exactly stellar. I gave them quick deaths. First was that amateur Namcat and that Lucha wimp. I twisted Tula's joints in ways nature never intended. Then Max and that fat ass, whose name I'm not even gonna try to pronounce. And that geezer, whatever his name was. They were weak, so they died. Thank you, Magus. You got whacked because you're weak. Now you fight me. Odie Oldbright. You son of a... You didn't fight them. You just slaughtered them. Namcat's Ashizawa. Ashiwaza. Great Asia's Lucia. Tola's arm locks, Jackie's strength, Morgan's power, Seishi's technique, and my anger. I'll crush you. Oh man, you know, I was actually going to do the Bariki Gaio song for Chair, but I think Chair left. Oh, come to think of it, it's Thursday, isn't it? Yeah, whatever. I'll probably still be live when they finish. Isn't the Vox off usually on Thursdays? So, you know. Well, I guess you wouldn't necessarily know. Not everybody here is a fan of Voxandra. It used to be, right? Oh, you missed the episode when I was on then. Because I was on a Thursday. Okay, that's fine, but you do not need to air that. We're not here to dunk on people. Voxandra is my friend, and you are my friend. And yeah, I know the DDT really hurts. Yeah, the combat in this game is really cool, isn't it? The title passed on until it reached me. I, the Great One, the Invincible. It's my destiny to be the best there ever was. You can't be human. I wanna be the very best, like no one ever was. To catch them is my real test. To train them is my cause. I will travel far and wide. Blah, 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 blah. Searching far and wide. Whatever. Across the land, searching far and wide. I know the words, I just forget sometimes. Yeah, because everybody wants to be number one, so they have to beat the other number one. Like, it's just imitating the facts of actually being the champion. People are going to want to beat you so they can say they're the champion. Hydrated, come on. In ancient China, an aged martial artist lives high atop a windy peak. He has begun to feel the need of a suitable successor for his technique. His disciples train hard, but only one of them will come to harness their master's power. Heck no, the ninja scenario usually takes the longest. Prehistoric can be long or short depending on how people get lost. The style of Kung Fu generations old is about to fade away forever. It is called that doesn't count. Cat paw. To properly control it, one's mind must be as still as a lake in the dead of night. When proper focus is applied, however, even the most placid of water can become destructive. Harden both body and mind, and you will know no equal in heaven and on earth. Ah. Ha! It is as I expected. I've no longer any moments to spare for this. Before my time comes to an end, I must entrust to one of strong body and of strong mind, my cat paw. Thus the master begins his search for pupils to inherit the art of his kung fu. Great fun. You notice how he just matter-of-factly states the item names? He's not like, he just... Clover. Clover. I love this chapter myself. Bird's eye. Healing plant. It appears to be but simple grass. Glass. What? Healing plant. Clover. Oops. Hey look, a kitty. Don't move a muscle. An old man wandering unarmed deep in the bamboo forest? You really should have known better, Gramps. Hand over all your cash and make it snappy. What did you say? I don't carry a red cent to give to rogues like you. Heh, you just trying to shoot for sympathy just because you're older and some of the trees here? You're cruising for a bruising, Gramps. Wah. You old man, you beat me! What the... My, but you should be ashamed of yourself, little one. However, your technique shows promise. Why not learn Kung Fu and give yourself a new lease on life? Right, Gramps, like I'd really believe that. But you still... I can't take it. Alright, Gramps, I'm game. I'll learn from you, but don't expect any loyalty or anything like that. I'll beat you someday. If you say so, little one. Don't call me that. My name, Li Kugo, carries much honor. All right. Don't be so angry. Smiles suit you better. You talk too much, Gramps. Oh, a visit from the Master. To what do we owe the honor? Gracious. A lot of food has been disappearing lately. Master, my apologies. I'd like to offer you food, but it is scarce these days. Hey, pay for the meal! Somebody give me a hand. Free meal to whoever catches this guy. Gotcha. Pay up. You owe me major cash. But I'm broke. Yeah, whatever. They'll be fine, right? Right? Oh, Master. This guy's welching on his meal. I want him punished. Sure. No! You're old, but strong. Well, that's settled. You, give your thanks to the master. If you try this again, it'll be your ass over my fire. Why did you... I'm not exactly smart, so nobody would hire me. But because I'm so big, I get hungrier than most people. You know, you ought to be proud of your body. Huh? But people make fun of me because I'm fat. Why should I be proud of it? It's true, you are quite unique. Despite your weight, you're agile. I'm very impressed. That's probably because I have to run away so often. If you come study under me, you can eat whatever you want. You will need to do some exercise, of course. Food. I don't care what I have to do. Show me the food. What is your name? Samo. Samo Haka. Now let me have that food. Yeah, free meal. Yeah, free meal. You're getting trained by the master? That restaurant is famous throughout all of Yuanhua. There's some disease going around Bongtown. If it spreads... Thanks for your help. Please take this. Meat bun. I envy men that can eat as much as they want. Ooh, sexism. I'm a fan. I love the way you eat without any inhibitions. Please take this. Porcelain bowl. Our menu's very healthy and tasty. We're out of our famous shark eyeballs because of him. It's hard to gather the materials and it requires a lot of patience to cook. You ever tried to punch a shark before? Yeah, I kinda hope they keep that. Even though it seems like something that'd be likely to go. Beware, traveler, a crippling disease has been ravaging the town. As if the plague weren't bad enough, people have been getting mugged a lot lately. Since his grandma got sick, Yuan's been acting weird. Oh, I think I'll be alright. Thank you, Great Master. Please take this. Sweet bun. Oh, ooh, I think I'll be alright. Thank you, Great Master. Please take this. Chinese pot. Is that legal? Oh, ooh, I think I'll be alright. Thank you, Great Master. Please take this. Catfish whisker. Well, the thing is, the original game didn't have that in the first place. It was added in the fan translation. I think the Chinese chapter had something, but basically it wasn't a thing. You know, this chapter. Chinese pods, sweet one. Which one? Wah, wah. Viewing plant, bird's eye. Yeah. I mean, sometimes translated versions end up being better than the original version. Not that I would know anything about that, right, guys? To the... Ah, forgive me. Oh, phew, I think I'll be alright. Thank you, Great Master. Please take this. It always amused me, the touch, that not all of them are sick, one of them is just hungry. Ooh, thanks, I was famished! Oh, come on, out with it. Okay. What, is this it? You ain't gonna make a profit stealing from the poor? Well, go on, get lost. No. What'd you say? I did what you wanted because you scared me, but... It's wrong, I can't do it anymore. You even made me like my grandma. I'll give you one more chance, apologize. No, I don't want to be a loser. You were born a loser, monkey brain, now get going. No. You're asking for it, kid. Take it easy, Grillson. Have a good day, well, night. Whatever time. Here's a tip, leave and you live. Pardon me. What's your problem, you great geezer? You believe yourself to be stronger than this boy, is that correct? Well, duh! I beg to differ, you are much weaker than he. The hell are you talking about? I'm the Tiger King, and this kid's just a spindly little pile of bones. Tiger King. Power comes not only from the body. In my eyes, the boy has much strength indeed. You're pulling my leg, old man. I could crush the kid like a bug if I wanted. You still don't get it, do you? It's all about the mind. Kick, punch, it's all in the mind. Why, you old son of a... I remember now. This old guy, he's the cat paw master. What? Forgive me! Hey, boss. That was a very brave thing to do, young man. Even though I stole... Oh. Please, here's the money I stole from you. Thank you, young man. Remember that power doesn't just come from the body. Wait, sir. I want to be your student. Do you desire revenge? Why worry? You have already bested them. Master. Please, Master. I'll do anything. Really, anything. I'm not going to give up. Please, Master, I'll do anything, really anything. Master. I admire your courage. I thought perhaps that you could become stronger without my aid. Your mind is already fierce, and your will to become strong is great. That is real power. Yeah. I haven't asked your name yet. Oh, it's Yuan Joe. Joe who? Yuan Joe Mama. I feel ashamed of saying that, sorry. Nice to meet you, Master. Well, that's 3, isn't it? Let's head back to my school. This is my school. It's kind of a dump, huh? So this is the place where I'll be trained. I'm hungry already. Let's eat before doing anything else, Master. I'm sorry, but first things must come first. Oh. Seriously, sir? You've been walking for many hours, and I, for one, am tired. You two better not be wimping out on me. Come on, let's get started. Firstly, I'll need to reevaluate each of your skills to see where you are and where you need to be. Right then, let's do it. I'll take you on. Lee. Okay, but don't go easy on me. My joints aren't that stiff yet. As if I'd ever give you a break. No way. Who's next? Me. After we're done, we can start preparing a feast. Feast! Good. Now you on. Here I come. Give me your best shot. Try to kill me. Yeah! Mr. J, are you okay? Enough. Yeah. They did better than I thought they would. This could be quite a lot of fun. I certainly wasn't expecting this. It's been a long time since I was last so physically exhausted, but this doesn't feel too bad. It's a good tired. I bet you guys can't wait to hear me read the dialogue in the prehistoric chapter. Samo. Is dinner ready yet? You're still hungry. Now, this will be a lesson in endurance. The air up here is very thin. You may have some difficulty, but you will improve faster. 4 matches should be about enough. Who should I start with? Why not? Oh, Cherry, you're still here. I thought you left. Well, welcome back. Chair just has an appreciation of cute things. Such as Chair. There is no reason. Hello, Falcon. How are you doing tonight? There is not an even amount of training, so you can't. I mean, it doesn't add up in a way where you can evenly distribute it. Oh, I'm going to regret this. How was it? Tough, yes? It wasn't that hard. Me. Jerk, I don't need any help. No. Lee's a girl. I have to be kind to girls. You called me a girl. Today, you shall learn agility by having to dodge and weave amongst the vines and plants. Agility, I don't like this one. It sure is hard to move around here. This place is like home to me. Or at least it used to be. Shall we begin? Well, I mean, sure, there's all kinds of cats. Oh boy, she learned it. Like, you need to teach her the old fox dance, but it's nasty to get it used against you. Basically, when they level up, they will learn whatever you used most on them, if you used anything on them that they didn't already know. Cats plus girls? Anyway, on top of that, they get a stat bonus, a flat stat bonus for every training that you do for them. Like speed up 5. Okay, that's enough for today. I've been a little rough on them. I'm sure they'll deny it if I bring it up, though. My, they fell right to sleep, even on the hard wood of my floor. Where's Yuan? Well, don't go into it too deep, since there's, people here who haven't played the game before. Zemo may be strong and Lee may be fast, but I still won't let them beat me. Yuan. I looked at the captions. What? You all now have a good grasp of the basics. From this moment forward, you will obtain power by fighting directly with me. You're asking for it, Gramps. Will we have more food after we train? This time, I will not hold back against any of you. Oh no! Their improvement is astounding. 4 matches should be plenty. Now, who to start with? You chickening out, Gramps? That's how it be. How? It is possible to teach every technique in one go, but it's kind of convoluted to actually do it. You need to kind of manipulate the EXP a little. Master, are you okay? Worry not. You were just stronger than I thought. Looks like I overexerted myself. And so, the days of the Cat Paw Master and his 3 pupils slipped past like a quiet spring breeze. Today I will teach you how to defend yourselves. To fight properly is not merely to attack your opponent, after all. I believe you are all ready to handle the next step. Master, Master! No, it wasn't me this time, I swear. What? Oh no, nothing like that. Some thugs from Wongtown came to Yuanhua Market and... Thugs? It must be the Tiger King. Do they think that the Master doesn't care about you and Hua? I'll take care of it. Don't be cocky. You alone will not be able to stop them. Or rather, well, I'm sure that you could all beat the stuffing out of them. One mustn't fight fire with fire. Aggression only leads to more hatred. And hatred leads to anger or something, I don't know. What do I look like, an old Jedi? Your minds have not been trained yet. I am sorry. I will beat up your minds another day. Sir, it's okay. I shall head to Yuanhua myself. Be sure to continue your exercises in my absence, yes? Okay. Well, that's why you call Kirby in. Bring the beer. Bring the food over here. Hey, cutie, come here. Come on, why not? It's that cat-paw jackass. You can either leave here now, or you can get hurt. I'm sure you don't want that, yes? You think I've been horsing around since we last met? I've mastered Yipo Men Kung Fu. Eat this! Hey look, they lined up for me. It can't be. This isn't over. Wang Li will beat your tiny bony ass. Hey, boss. Buddy Wang Li. Yipo Men Kung Fu. Woohoo! I knew you could do it, Master. Don't touch me. Oh, how dare they, Master. Master, thanks. Please take this. Chow chow. Master, thanks. Please take this. Panda. Master, I'll give you something. Come this way. Why, you shouldn't be showing off peaches that young. Oh, my, that is a beautiful peach. A peach bun, is it not? Master, thanks. Oh good, a lid to put all a lid to keep my pot in. Wait, what? Hyper close. Like all those drawings for New Year's. You guys ready to cry? Lee, what's wrong? Sorry, some guy from Yipo Kung Fu came and we fought, but we were outnumbered. Where are you and Samo? They're inside. Lee. Yuan. Samo. Hang in there, Samo. Samo! You'll regret this. I'll never forgive this. Yipo men, you shall rue this day. Yuan, Samo, forgive me and farewell. I'll be with you all soon enough. Wait for me. Now, let me show you something. Pay very close attention, Lee. I'm really too old to do this, so I'll only do it once. My breathing. My eyes. And my footwork. To your sight and to your mind. Memorize this. Are you okay? This is Cat Paul's final technique. Shun Yalin Shan Quan. I'll bet you won't be able to do this just yet. But you'll soon understand. With your skills, it won't take very long. That's it for today. Rest well. Where are you going? I'm just going to pray for their souls. John Lynch and Quan. Thank you, Renee. Why am I going over there? An old guy like you going out for revenge? Lee. If you're going alone, you'll have to get through me first. Lee, I understand. Are you ready? Come on now. Let's go, Lee. To the Yipo Men's School. To hunt down Odi Wang Lee. I hope you like this song because it's going to keep playing. Hey, old man ain't welcome here. Well, I do have an appointment. Ha! You! Imagine if you were a dog named Odie. Starfield is really just a lost chapter of Live Alive. The Cat Paw Master! Get him! Whoever kills the old fart gets a bonus! There, she has everything. Where? Where? Shoutouts to Old Fox Dance. Release the tigers! Oh, hey, kitties. Come here, kitties. Come here. Wah. There's still a crunching sound if no enemy was actually being hit. Just think about that for a moment. Shh. Wah. But it was Lee that did it. You broke the air's bones. She certainly did get repeatedly stressed by me fighting her. Repetitive stress disorder... well, repetitive stress injuries. No joke, though. Like... you know Dot suffers from that, right? Her hand is really messed up. From a repetitive stress injury. But she has been repeatedly stressed, though. Lee, I mean. I only trained her, after all. Just got an old fox dance everything. Everything is just old dancing foxes, all the way down. Wait, it's all foxes? Always has been. Oh, Adam, that sucks. I'm sorry. The one thing you can't easily teach Lee in this is Fusha-no-sha, because it's a counter of projectiles. It counters projectile attacks. There are very few chances for her to actually learn that. In fact, I think she can. I think she can learn it by, something that can happen in this chapter, like something very specific. But normally you're not going to get it through this chapter. You're going to get it through leveling up. Yeah, that would definitely be a problem for pinball. The Cat Paw Master! Shoutouts to Table. Actually, it seems to be mostly metal. So technically yes, but also kind of oversimplifying. Anyway, table's down. See, that is an example of how you can teach Fusha-no-sha to Lee. If you end up using that counter in a battle like this, and then she levels up, she'll learn it. But only if you use it in a battle where she levels up. I don't know, Flitchard, it sounds like your payment plan might be kind of messed up. That's a lot of payments for a table. The table is still here. Wah, wah. Welcome, Master. So you're Odi Wang Li. Greetings. I'm impressed that your little sidekick is still alive. My congratulations. Now these people here, in contrast, are all extremely skilled. I could have them all attack at once, but that would not be fair, would it? And I do so dislike unfair situations. As if you had no problem sending a gang of those blockheads to our home. Ah, you refer to my small army of grunts. They're far too weak alone to handle any meaningful task. These here, on the other hand, are my favorites. Allow me to introduce you. Sanshi, Sishi, Yishi, Ershi, Dongjia, Xijia, Nanjia, Beijia, Chan, Lin, and Shan, the sisters. And Yi Beiko. You'll face them one by one, and if you can't beat them, you obviously won't be able to handle me. Now, let's get this party started. Hi, sup?
It's party time!
Don't you love that I can just walk right up to him anyway? And they'll just have to scramble up to me? Like, normally they expect you to talk to them. Yeah, that actually was good timing, so congrats on that. Wait, no, that's Twilight Zone. Intentional. Ah, my hair. It's not working. How? Indeed, chair. Indeed. Wah. Oh crap. Test your might. Ow. Don't worry, Flitchard, I know. You obviously wouldn't say something like that to me. We haven't known each other for long, but it's obvious. You know what's more annoying? All the times in the first Mortal Kombat movie that he says flawless victory. Not a single one of those victories is flawless. Well, actually, I guess that's Shang Tsung, but you get my point, right?
This is like taking candy from a baby, which is fine by me.
Well, everything looks bigger when you're intimidated by it. Tasks, bridges, mountains, and people. You always feel small compared to the things that you are facing. Indeed, Master. How about my favorite pretty sisters? Womp 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 womp. Womp womp. Oh my god. Oh well, Catpaw Master's dead. What the? Great. Okay, that's fine. You wanna play that way? Poor Catpaw Master. He tried his best. Wab wab. Oh crap. Can't say I didn't try. Wab wab. Sleep well, Adam. You say that and I find myself eyeing the clock. Like, oh god, what time is it? It's okay, these things happen. Well done, I am pleased, Master. You've waited enough, Yibiko. It's your turn now. Indeed. Don't worry, I never do drugs. This is a decent way to handle it, I think. That move is extremely powerful. Which is why it has such a charge time, but... yeah, well, not as bad as the last boss, though.
Well done, I guess.
Surprise! Oh, thank you for the follow, Red Muffler Man. I'm not sure why your name didn't show up. Ha 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 ha! Meet Suzu and Manju.
You don't belong in this world.
They have mastered the Ansha Quan, a type of assassination kung fu. They could even kill me! As such, I am always focused and can never relax. This is the only way. The only way to get real power! Lee... I'll take these two by myself. Lee is all yours. But by myself? He's trying to tire us out. I'm not as young as I once was. I've lost my endurance. Just remember that technique I showed you. It's good to have you here, Red Muffler Man. Welcome to the stream, and I hope you enjoy your time here. My breathing... my eyes, and my footwork. To your sight and to your mind. Memorize this. I probably will. I'm just very biased. Alrighty then. You? Even the great master can't beat old age, huh? Who knows what's gonna happen? Foolish child. You asked for it. Ah. Samo, Yuan, watch me. Cat Paw's final technique. A pointless gesture. Shan Yun Lin Shan Quan.
I am the Ringmaster.
Yep. I can't believe I killed a table and a chair.
You knocked out my contact! Well done, I guess.
Are you okay? Well done, Lee. You became even stronger. Not as strong as you are, not yet. I believe you could properly pass my skills down through future generations. What? Yeah, as if. No. I've lived long, maybe too long. Your growth has helped me keep going this far. Lee, your heart is as warm as the sun. Never ever lose that. Okay. Now, I'll go deliver the message about how you have grown. Master! Old man. Finally, I got to break this rock. Would I be like you someday, Gramps?
Chaos control is?
Someday, I'll be stronger than you, if not as kind as you, I guess. Watch me, Sano, Yuan. And you too, Gramps. 'Cause I'm the Cat Paw Master now. Hi. So, I'm not stopping, but there will be a very brief restroom break. So, anybody needs to use the restroom, now's the time. Got it? That is the plan. Who knows if I'll make it, but that is the plan. Hello. Meow. I was sure the captions picked that up instead of the hellos. I like how the captions are just called captains now. Like, I guess that's their call sign. Let's do a quick test of whether I can disable the filter on my mic. Yep, I certainly can. Yikes. Okay, that's good to know, though. That is incredibly appropriate, isn't it? In the not-too-distant future lives a boy with the power to read other people's thoughts. His teenage years are troubled, and he gets into many fights. And yet over his shoulder silently watches a sleeping giant, the robotic Buriki Dio. Dun 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 dun. Are you happy? Well, that's nice for you, isn't it? But you know, there are plenty of people who aren't. Oops, I was preaching a bit, wasn't I? Well, listen to my story, maybe you'll understand. Tad? Where are you? Dad? Dad, wake up! Dad! By then, he'd already passed away. As a captain of the riot police. He was involved in a skirmish with a violent gang known as the Crusaders. He couldn't have known. And so we have new friends today. No, because that is so ridiculous to trigger. Please tell everyone your name. Hmm. 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 You know what, Mireille? Sure. That's solid. You know, Vass, you might have more fun with games if you took them more seriously. No, I will not. This is Koji and his sister, Kaori. Everyone be nice to them, okay? Okay. Suddenly it's a pop in music, okay sound. Okay. I didn't hear you, Watanabe. Okay, I guess. Once I started living with my sister Kaori at Chibiko House, I've started to acquire strange powers. Like, I can read minds and move objects without touching them. Yeah, right. I dream of a day that I'm accepted into a group like that. That would be cool. Try pressing the Y button to read people's minds. Good, you've got it. If you had similar powers, how would you use them? In my case... No, but I broke a statue for some reason. Man, do I ever love ditching work. Hey, what are you doing? I'm just an old fogey. I've got nothing to do with you. I bet this kid's one of those blasted skull punks. I ain't a kid, you know. That Taiyaki guy hasn't come today. Kids these days. I wish these two would get a room already. This reminds me of my younger days with the missus. What? How dare you? Your eyes are as blue as window cleaner. I'm sure that's what the dating manual said. Man, I'm so smooth. I'm such an airhead. That's good, Mireille, but we don't have enough room for that. Stop following me around, I'll call the cops. He might be one of those kidnappers Mom warned me about. I think the joke is that she has no thoughts for 3 balloons, and then she's like, oh, I'm an airhead. If we can haul this kid in, our work will be done for today. I ain't gonna help you with your work. What? Hands off of the runt, guys. What are you gonna do about it? I'm just passing through. I'm the taiyaki guy! So, Chair, are you still here? Thanks, Matsu. You ought to be more careful, Koji. They've been pulling some weird stuff lately. Don't they know I ain't exactly worth a ransom? How's your sis doing? Cowrie's gotten a little better, thanks. Ugh, that still stings. Scraped yourself up a bit, huh? Here, I'll give you a lift. You know, I'm not very good at stuff like this. But let's see. I hope Chair's still here. Noise removal off. Ducking off. What are they planning? kid still thinks the taiyaki guy hasn't come yet, even though he's right there. I wouldn't put it past the Crusaders to be involved in the recent kidnappings. Man, do I even have the rhythm of this correct? I messed up already. I got out of my range. Oof. I should have sung in my the lower part of my octave to begin with. But like, I can sort of do it, but the thing is that like, in general, my singing voice is in an odd place. It's like between two octaves. I don't have an entire octave on either side. So that makes it more awkward for me when I'm trying to sing. Yes, well, if you want a translated version, it's like a long time ago in Babylonia, there was a metal god whose fists tore the sky. Enemies came from all around to attack and defeat him. No one could stand up to his blazing rage. Your young soul and heart are burning hot. Come to me, Buriki Dio. Also, you don't have to explain every single Easter egg. I was going to show that. Now it looks like you told me. You're already all the way out here, so you should come and see him yourself. Later, Gator. If only I were a little better at singing, though. But more than that, I just didn't have the rhythm of the song down. Just leave me alone. Come on now, let's get you cleaned up. I'm not a little kid, you know. Well, it's not that I can't sing, it's that I... What the... Fry, when did you get in here? There, that's better. Oops, the laundry's piled up again. But, like, honestly, let's see. If I'm thinking it through more properly, and not going too high in the range to begin with, it's like, Ima wa mukashi no Babylonia, Agane no kobushi ga temotsuku, Ikyo no jin o tarasu tame, Ikari. I already went way too high. I have trouble controlling which of the octaves I go into. Ikari de iwatose. Atsui kokoro ga 야기사마시 우유기 다이요 마레토 아이. Yeah, like if I go in that range, it'd be better. Imawa mukashi no Babylonia Hagane no kobushi gaten no suku. I went off key. Wow. I can sing, but if I'm not familiar with the song, very familiar with the song, it comes off pretty bad. Part of the problem is that, you see, I have perfect pitch. And it means, in this case, when I'm trying to sing, I want to sing the exact pitch, but my voice can't do that. And normally you're supposed to alter the key or go down an octave or up an octave as necessary. And my brain just hates that. It really, really hates that because I just want to go to the exact note. So I'm not bad at singing if it's in my range. And there's the bell. The battle to end all battles has begun. This will determine the all-time champion of nationwide pro wrestling. Will it be Sara? Will it be Muto? There's no limit on the number of rounds. Anything could happen, folks. And they're off, round 2. And this continues all the way to round 100. And there's a pretty funny scene. Well, the thing is, we're talking about Keiji Muto and Mitsuharu Misawa. They're both actual famous wrestlers. Well, what do you mean? I'm pretty sure... Oh, the ducking's off. No worries, it's fixed now. Ding, 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 ding. Thank you for appreciating my singing, by the way, guys. Regardless of the fact that it was kind of lousy and the fact that Cher missed it. I think Cher had been telling me to sing that song for, like, since we ever talked about Live Alive. Maybe I'll do a better job.
It's popcorn time!
When the remake comes out. Maybe I'll practice a little. I mean, I gathered up my confidence. It's just I gotta trick my voice into going into the lower range that harmonizes with it instead of trying to match the exact pitch. And they're off. Round 100. Muto has ducked beneath the ring and hasn't come out yet. We're almost out of broadcast time, folks. Will we be able to bring you the results? Wait, there's Muto. He's come out from under the ring and he has an apron in his hand. Oh my, there is paint on Muto's face! Ah, I see that you've changed your shampoo. How can I tell? Because Aeon Jean shampoo is full of natto extract. That's why it makes hair so full, rich, and wavy. Rinse and treatment also available. Go get some medicine from Teiko's room. Me? But I wanted to watch wrestling. Taeko. Woo! Misawa! So Misawa is honestly, a fine wrestler, really. But Kenta Kobayashi. Good old friend and rival of Misawa. Now that's a wrestler. You're always fighting, Koji. Taiko's been worried sick. Hey, get beaten up again? If you go to get revenge, let me know. I'll go with you. You can't just fight alone. Oh, get out of my head! Go, Misawa! Go Fry! I'm petting him. You finished up streaming and you didn't even raid me? Yeah, I'm teasing. I hope you had a good stream. How'd it go? Harry's taking a nap right now. Yeah, raids do not come naturally. It takes a lot to get used to them. You got into another fight, didn't you? Kids these days. Harukichi, please don't die. I hope you got some good views. Not that numbers are all that matter. What matters is having fun, but I'm still hoping the best for you. Where could it be? I'll be watching TV. Man, it's always me. Oh, so you're already done with... You're already done with Big. So I can't urge you to go, Froggy! Froggy! Where are you, Froggy? In my Big the Cat voice like that. I like to joke around with that sometimes, because, like, that went over extremely well when I did the Froggy voice during Sonic Months 2020. And Sonic Month never officially ended. Come on, Misawa! Elbow spin! Wow!
Where's that damn fourth Chaos Emerald?
Anna's story is incredible, honestly, for what it is. Hey, Yuki, watch it! Koji got hurt earlier! Oh, come on, it wasn't me. Come on, no fighting! Here's your medicine. Hey, it's a first aid. Who's winning? The shampoo. Hey, that's my seat. I suppose not. I suppose I can't help being a big cat. Sara! Mimi. Did you make sure to wash your hands? Kenichi hasn't been here in a while. You guys probably noticed that, like, when I'm humming along to songs or something, I'm usually very much on key. Because I just have such a strong sense of pitch. It's hard to detach from that. I want my love to be smooth as chocolate. The tango juice really clears your mind. Hey kid, If you come by my house later, I'll give you some juice. Matango! Matango! Sorry, kid. We don't stock milk here. This bar is almost entirely pointless. You just have to go there once at, like, the very end. And the reasoning isn't even very good. Who's there? It's me. Oh, Koji. Come back later. Wait, what? Ah. By the way, Ari's worried about Kazu's turtle Parakichi. He isn't doing well. Is it gonna die? Poor thing. Even if the flesh has died, Parakichi's spirit isn't dead. I've got it! I'll go talk to that old antique shop dealer Toei. He'll know what to do. Not all of them. Quite a lot of them are handled by the other chapters instead. Yeah, I touched it. Hey, look who it is. Wash your hands. So, what you need? Well... What? Leave it to me. I've studied at the facility and I have wisdom handed down from the ancients. You know, the first times that I saw Toei, in fact most of the times that I saw Toei, I thought that he had this really big helmet that was covering his eyes and, like, long blonde hair. But no, he's like a brain in a jar on top of a head. We'll go to Chibico House using my homemade transporter. Like, there's this whole plot point about liquefied humans, and it's not immediately clear that Toei is one. Twiddle this, fiddle that, and... Don't get on it! Well, it's the things coming out of the sides when Toei's facing downward that makes me feel that way. But yeah, it's actually like a brain jar. Toei's actually like an old man. Like, there's facial hair and stuff. No! I don't feel so well. You go on ahead. So yeah, the point is, like, Toei looks nothing like I imagined, so to speak, when I originally played the game back in the day. He looks completely unlike I thought. And more like a very off-brand Dragon Ball character who also has a brain jar. I know, right? I really preferred thinking that he just had a giant helmet. Well, I'm not good at visual description since I have augmentation. How'd it go? Don't worry, Toei said he'd help. Hello, everybody! My transporter wasn't working all that well, so I had to hoof it. We have to reduce Taro, or whatever, to a liquefied state ASAP. Then we can bring him back to life as a fluid android. What's a fluid android? First, we insert an electrode. Koji, plug this into a power outlet, would you? An outlet, let's see... A flandroid. Okay. Neat, I guess. Owie, thank you. What? Don't follow me! We did it! Since Toei screwed up, I guess I have to call in Taro now. Ahem. Science is spectacular! Say, that gives me an idea. Eureka Dio might need something similar. Eureka! Nap time, everyone. I ain't sleeping, no way. Yuki called me a pervert. Can I have a snack? Sorry, kid, I don't have any snacks. I have to go get them. Yo, Koji, give me a hand here. That ain't cheap. Well, you get what you pay for. Yeah, this chapter is really weird, but it's also like a super robot anime, so... I mean, there's already the Jam Project version. And there's also a separate version of Misaki Ando singing it, and like, you know, like what more could you want at that point? You raised the price so well. Misawa Tayaki. Oops. It is nowhere near as weird as Evangelion. Even though Evangelion might not seem that weird to somebody who's just accustomed to it. Snapping. What? So even the kid is more willing to pay. Yeah, I think it's very common to not like End of Evangelion. End of Evangelion was basically made as a hate letter to fans, so... I mean, there's definitely people who like it, but like, End of Evangelion was made out of raw spite. Thank you for the raid, Jade Pharaoh. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. I'm doing alright, but we are past the 6-hour mark, approaching the 7-hour mark, and there is a lot to go, and I initially estimated the game at 13 or 14 hours for me. Still sounds about right. Yeah, it's pretty crazy, isn't it, Greenie? Go figure. At least he doesn't take what he doesn't want. Andrew's done. Look, I don't control the automod. The automod has a mind of its own. And it's only up to my moderators to decide what goes through. I was almost spotted. Okay, here are Taiko's panties as per request. Hey, it's Watanabe's boxers. That's not them! Mimi. Right, the shower cap. They didn't say that, but it probably will, like, a year later, at most. Here you are! Anyway, I gotta go, bye. Hey, it's Taiko's jeans. Here you are. Anyway, I gotta go, bye. Hey, it's Taiko's stockings. Here you are. Anyway, I gotta go, bye. You were the one who put Watanabe up to this. Cut it out. Hey, it's a Taiko's punch. Mimi. Oof. Look, this time I've got the real thing. Hey, it's a Taiko's panties. Well done, I think I've changed my opinion of you. Really? Greenie, did the captions really say that? I believe it, but wow. Hey, it's a director's boxers. You know what's funny is it's actually pretty good armor. Also, look at what this does to your IQ. Look at this. Look at this. Look at what this does to your IQ. IQ 38 minus 41. Not even smart enough to know what IQ is at that point. I also like that you can wear the stuff as headgear too, and it has a different effect when you do. I enjoy doing the laundry when the weather's nice. La la la! Onichi hasn't been here in a while. Anyway, we gotta go help activate Buriki Daio. Buriki Daio. Well, you know, that might be because you're so cynical yourself. I don't mean that harshly. I mean, doing better is doing better. But, like, I mean it in the sense that, like, people tend to expect that other people are feeling in a similar way that they are. Or worse. I thought so. Buriki Daio is controlled by psychokinesis. These days, only liquefied humans have power like that. You know, people who've been melted down into goop to enhance their spiritual energy. Just like Taro here. In any case, there seem to be only two ways for Buriki Daio to move. Either it needs to be manipulated with psychic powers, or injected with a liquefied human. Psychic powers, huh? Bet I could handle it. Huh? You're gonna try to move it? Come upstairs. Anyway, that's why I specified that I didn't mean it harshly. Okay, first touch the pink statue, read the book, play the xylophone. This part is always fun. And touch the blue mask. Then go pray in front of Buriki Daio. Then sit on the toilet, but remember to wash your hands first. Finally, you gotta use the can. Make sure to wash your hands first. This one, I guess. This one, I guess. This one, I guess. This one, I guess.
Well done, I guess.
Clap, clap, clap. Praise Buddha. at the music! Diamond Ex Machina. There are 5 levers, give them a try. I don't know about this. Come on, Bariki Dial, move! Ding dong. Bang! Come on, Bariki Dial, move! Come on, Bariki Dial, move! Costella. Doesn't look promising. Bring me any odd stuff you find. I might be able to invent something from it. Hey, neat. This is what I came up with. Here you go. Oops, I messed up. Honestly, I found refining things in this chapter to be kind of not as great as it could be. It's not that useful. It's not bad, but it's not that useful. Cody. Kenichi, help! Get out of the way. The Crusaders took Kazu. What? Wait for me. Natsu, you jackass. Wow, what nice weather. It's a perfect day for a ride. Hey, look where you're going. Sorry about this. I need this more than you. Come on, Slowpoke. This part is so arbitrary. Like, there is a specific sequence to it and everything, but it's not exactly obvious. And besides, why would they take the kid around all the circles and crap like this? Gotcha. You're always getting in our way. I'll kill you. This chapter is often seen as being a lot harder than it actually is. I'm not saying it's easy, it's just with some clever use of skills, you can deal with things pretty easily. All right. Why are you just kidnapping folks? I ain't talking. I have to take 2,000 people to the facility. To the commander. Matsu is awesome. All right. The army and the research facility. Did I go to the facility? I'm going home. Wait. The crap. Got an appointment, kid? I don't believe that for a minute. Get lost. This isn't a place for kids. Go on home. Kenichi? He went to see Kaori. Wow, Kenichi's amazing. You really can depend on Mr. Matsu after all. I'd fight! Yeah! Tiger Driver! That was such a thrill. Yay, Kazu! I might have been kidnapped. Dad, when will you come back for me? It's 'cause he didn't take his nap. Man, I totally wussed out. I'm so glad, Kazu. And what do you mean, Tiger Drive is a wrestling move? It was definitely invented. We still don't know where Watanbe's dad is. Wow, Kenichi's amazing. Mr. Matsu, he went home. Oh no, I can't let him read my mind about Matsu. He said he might not come back. He said not to mention it. That jerk. Trying to be cool. I'm going to the research facility. Now, you know what's a cool attack, though? It's when you get out a non-metal putter and you attack someone with it. Because you can call it the Tiger Wood. I may not have an appointment, but yeah, I got business here. What are you doing? Bride, you do pro wrestling? Do you? I'm yawning, it's not a great sign. But the fact is, I just have to power through. What are you doing? Oh boy, the dogs. This is when things get a little iffy. But still very manageable if you're just careful. I make weird noises when I yawn, I'm sorry. Hey, he's kinda cute. What do you want? Hey, it's a throwing knife. Hey, it's a hand grenade. What are you doing? I want a raise. Who are you? He looks pretty dumb. Wonder what the secret project is. Honestly, I feel like part of it's just issues with the English editing, to be honest. Much as Gideon definitely did his best. Much respect for him. I mean, he's an old friend of mine. My model always breaks when I try to look back at Fry. It's the particular angle. It doesn't like when I look in that direction, I guess. Okay, but what about Pilk? Pilk is when you have Pepsi and milk. I'm not sure if they even have a term for that. We'll have to ask Foxandra from twitch.tv/Foxandra, the #1 source for her, Foxandra. MK badge found. Hey guys, I got a Mortal Kombat badge. You'd think so, but in actual practice, depending on how it's handled, it could cause the milk to curdle pretty much immediately. I'll get a second wind eventually. Trying to read his mind simply made him talk. Koji, without Matsu, you're nothing. Ow. No, doesn't sound too appealing to me, but to each their own for those who enjoy that. No. R.I.P. Yeah, that's right. How are you doing? I haven't seen heads or tails of you in quite a while. Where's that moron that got in my way? Matsu. This is a real deal. Let's do it, Koji. There's nothing in these lockers. Cars. Oops. Not where I meant to aim, but it works. I wish I didn't remember that pain, and I feel like I wouldn't remember it if you hadn't mentioned it. Thank you. You know what's even worse? Stepping on a micro machines. For some reason, the smaller, the worse it is. I must alert the professor. Bam. Bam. Oh. Okay, who gave these guys laser guns? I do not want to teleport. Always way too much risk of ending up somewhere far away. It's like punishment for running. Man, all these Draco Malfoys. Leaving already? Well, it was good to see you. I hope you have a great night as well. And that is the way you get the nude scene in this chapter 2. Not that I care about that, but I know pretty much every Easter egg. Yeesh. That one's always a funny story to tell. I didn't really mean to, way back in the 90s, Furcadia was in, like, alpha. And I got into making maps for Furcadia. I was just a kid, I didn't even know what a furry was, I just thought the animals were cute, and I was really interested in making maps. So I made all kinds of maps for Furcadia, and they had this scripting language for the maps. That was what you used to do any sort of map triggers, including warps and stuff like that. Dragon speak. And that was my first experience with anything that was even vaguely similar to programming. I eventually ended up trying out programming in other methods, well, scripting in other methods. Started making games in RPG Maker and stuff like that. And eventually, I guess I kind of got into ROM hacking, so I ended up learning assembly as a result of that. Eventually, I started running a private server for Ragnarok Online, and that's where I really started stepping up my coding and taking coding more seriously, before eventually getting a job that I got because of my fan translation work that I'd done as a ROM hacker. I feel more comfortable with other people's code than I do with my own. By the way, for those who don't know, the kanji on the back of Matsu's jacket just says otoko. It says man. Male. So I guess he's so manly that it has to be specified on his jacket for some reason. Yeah, exactly. yeah, I guess it kind of is, but, like, the fact is, I think pretty much anyone can do great things if they just really set their mind to it. But the most important thing is you gotta do things. Like, you can't sit around doing nothing and waiting for the world to come to you, because it's not gonna. You just gotta do something. You gotta find something that interests you and do it. Doesn't matter what anybody thinks of it, doesn't matter if you think you can't do it. Well, for things like that to come to you is definitely not common, so... I mean, if you'd like, but... in general, I just think it's important to encourage people to do things. It's locked. We can't go in without an ID number. Still, you happened to have the skill set that would allow you to be a translator for them, right? Like, my actual professional career did come to me by chance. Because, like, I had worked on a fan translation of a game, and then the company was working on an official release of that game. And I had a friend who just happened to know these people. And so they organized it such that the company was informed about me and ended up hiring me to do the translation and just making the fan translation official. Then I later ended up with a much better company, pretty much a similar friend of a friend way. Like, it happens more than you would think, I guess. The game that I was... Oh, you're probably talking to Flitchard. But in my case, it was Suguri. Oh crap. Oh no, I dropped some frames. Seems like a fluke, though. Oh no, I dropped the game! Dying is usually bad. That's cool. it's good that you have a cool job. I wish everyone could be happy doing what they are doing. Like, not all of us end up with good careers in general. I try not to take mine for granted. Even if, like anyone, if I could just stream games all day, I probably would. I mean, I'm doing it right now, but you know what I mean. Yeah, job security is hard to come by. Unless you're Dot or somebody way more up the rung, you really aren't gonna make much money streaming. I'm well aware of that. Like, streamers who actually can support themselves from their career are either very, very up there, like top 3,000 Twitch streamers, or are living with their parents, and that's why they can do it, because they have such low costs. The android's not quite complete, but I have a date and I ain't working overtime. Liquefied humans are like a robot's blood. I wonder what the secret project's about. It's amazing. Help me. Give back my body. The VIP room ID is F49F. Who are you? Yamazaki. Matsu. So you finally... Excellent. We have a new guinea pig. My name is Sindelman. My research on liquefied humans progressed immensely thanks to Toei. But you helped him to get away. Do you not understand? Odio Temple is where science and religion join as one. As the 2,000 people merge into one, the great Odio will descend onto the Inko Buddha statue. What? What's a statue? Sorrow? Wow, my language center is just glitching up. Ahem. Yes, and I corrected myself the second time around. Only then shall the impurities of this world be purged. It's Odeo. Daylight come and we want to go home. Such a pity. You've come all this way, but I'm afraid I can't let you leave. Here's a present from the professor. Ooh, this is perfect. Just the test I was hoping for. Human subjects. Liquefied human robot W1, show them your power. Black Tyranno. I will kill you. Psycho ball. I mean, flare. Ow. Ow. Well, that's not great. And yes, long stream. I'm afraid to glance at the uptime. Oh boy. Flop. Oh, how long does Corone stream? I've done a 24-hour stream before. Hey, it's completely okay to spout trivia. It's just, you know, I know a lot of this stuff myself too. And getting excited isn't bad. Like, how often is it that you meet another fan who knows all the ins and outs, right? Yeah, yeah. So, just so everybody knows, I am not going to get the soda in the prehistoric chapter. Sorry. I probably won't be going out of my way to get anything special in that chapter, honestly. guess at this point I find myself more pondering the fact of how long this is all gonna take. Yeah. Hopefully I'll get a second wind eventually, but oof. Flat. Oh no. Just needed to vaporize itself, I guess. See, I really didn't want to go for it, but this is what Flitchard was talking about. My son, is he doing well at Chibico House? That was Watanabe's. You! Idiot, let's get lost, or do you want to have to fight the entire army? Do you think I'd let you leave alive now that you know our secret? I see. So Commander Yamazaki's helping Sindelman, and Komutato is from Odeya Temple was there too. There's gotta be a way to stop him. Bariki Dio. Huh? Who's Bariki Dio? The ancient mech Bariki Dio. A saint from Babylonia of old is said to have controlled it via psychokinesis. A giant robot? For real? Awesome! Hey, control Bariki Dio with your psychic powers, smash up the bad guys! I'm sorry. Continue. Unfortunately, Koji wasn't able to do it. Is there another way? Psycho, what's it? No. Well, if we inject a liquefied human, it might be possible to activate it like we did Taro. I'll go find lots and lots of turtles. That won't work, I'm afraid. Bariki Dio is powered by the human spirit. Kelly. Make me into a liquefied human. What? Don't be stupid. I know I'm not gonna get better. I'm just gonna die. But if I become a liquefied human, I can be with you forever. Please. No. There's no reason for you to get involved in this. Well... if all it needs is a pilot, guess I'll give it a go. It's definitely mentioned, but it's kind of easy to miss. But you can't. Hey, us bikers don't know the meaning of the word impossible. I mean, I'm Matsu. I'll show you how it's done. Hey, wait, my robot. Matsu, you remind me of Dad. Menichi, don't do anything rash, okay? If something happens to these kids... I bet Misawa could do it. Okay, so I have to go to the antique dealer to find out that Matsu could not activate the robot. And then from there, I will find Matsu at the bar. The game doesn't explain this very well. How do I get it to move? That Matsu guy really thought he had a chance at moving Bariki Dio. Too bad. Knowing him, he's probably in some dive getting plastered. I mean, I guess it tells you, but the fact is that you won't even notice that bar on the map your first playthrough, probably. What, you come here to laugh at me? Ugh, I couldn't do anything after all. Darn it. If only I had something to raise my spiritual strength. Sorry, kid, we don't stock milk here. This part's unfortunate. I'll save them. I told you it's hopeless. Taeko, Kaori. I don't want to die. The Crusaders started a fire and Taeko went in to save Kaori. Hello, JD. I hope you're having a good day. I'll go. You all get out of here. Taeko, Kaori. Let me go. Oh, damn it. Ah. Koji. You know, whenever I fake cough, it makes me real cough. I'll save Kaori. Get out of here. don't know, I think that new song is lit. Oji. Oh, Oji. Are you okay? The roof's collapsing. Yo, let me get that robot of yours. What? But last time? It's alright, I'm good. It'll work this time, let's go. Huh? That's Matango. You'll die if you take that much. With the power of the ancients. Ugh. It's moving. Look, I got something important to say. Wait, something too important to say? They're in the wrong order. What is it? I'm sorry, I've been absolutely horrible to you. Then you'll... Of course. Reiko. Yoshikazu. I definitely did not make a scream sound. Wait, damn it! Go. Hey, you okay? Super Robot Mazinger Z. That voice. Matsu. Riki Dai's moving. That fool. He benched on Matango to heighten his senses and spirit. You moron! You're going to get yourself killed. Snot. Nope. Not gonna die. Lungs got freak die. Masu ain't dead. Can't believe it. Damn it, we'll get you. Warg! Burn! Snuff! You! Warg! Kenichi. Your old man and I, we were enemies. Back then, I was the leader of the Crusaders. He was the chief of the police. The captain of the riot police details. Oh, Fry, you leaving? Bye. Japan was in a state of confusion over the army's new technology. We both had our hands full, keeping our subordinates from taking to their heels. Give it up and work together with the army. I don't want any more deaths. Don't be dense. They're just stringing you along. Do you think the army will fold just because of your insignificant resistance? Grow up, Natsu. So, you're just Yamazaki's dog after all. I didn't want to do this. Sorry, but you have to die. I pulled the trigger. Just a moment before him. No matter how much I tried to make amends, I knew you'd never forgive me. Matsu... Kenichi... Kenichi, wake up! Not yet. Not dead yet! Koji, let's go to the temple. Let's bust him up. No! Don't go! Go Tamaru, you need rest. Quit bugging me. Women always get in the way. Right? This is the end. But why? Everybody out. Everyone off the robot. This bit. Matsu. He's not dead yet, right? As long as we have Bariki Dio. Oji, you're moving it? Here we go, Matsu. To the Odeo Temple. I'll show you how it's done! Come on. By the graces of the army, your ass is grass! You ever stomp on a fighter jet? I love this part, even though it's so easy. So Fletchered, are there any secrets that you know of in the Bariki Dio part here? peoples, my army. His brilliance! Humans melted together with other humans into one being, sharing both mind and body and hatred. A superb world without fighting. To gain such a world, the impure flesh must be abandoned. Ah well, you wouldn't understand. The 2000th liquefied human has been sacrificed. The water of this temple's pond now contains 60,000 liters of liquefied humans. You've come. Now, the great Inko Buddha statue shall bring unto us salvation. Master Odeo arrives. Salvation! Yep. Sure is. Kazum. 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 Stay calm. We can do this. Right, Matsu? Moves. There's a bit of garbage graphic on the top right of the statue right now. I guess it's meant to be a feather, actually. It's not garbage, but it looks weird until you notice the feather down at the bottom left. Oh well, whatever, we won. It's the easiest chapter boss, probably. Of course, the chapter itself is kind of a doozy, so... Master Odeo. No! Huh? The liquefied humans. Master Inko! I'd think you'd be happy. Now you'll become one with them. They're gonna swallow Brigidaio too? Crap! Oh, damn it! What? Mirai, what? Oh my gosh. Hey. 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 Stop loafing around and make some taiyaki. Huh? Okay. Matsu, I finally got to feed these kids. Maybe someday I'll be as strong as you, if not as badass, I guess. 'Cause I'm the taiyaki guy now. Considering Evangelion was obviously one of their main inspirations, I don't think you were meant to understand the ending. Or... I guess Evangelion couldn't have been one of their inspirations, actually, but like, there's a lot of stuff about it that's very Evangelion, which is weird. Exactly. Evangelion came after. That's why I'm like, wait, what? Because the similarity, the liquefied humans, all that... Isn't that a bit on the nose? Sleep tight, Flitchard. Thank you for joining for so long. Sleep is very important. I will be back momentarily, and then we'll dive into the next It's been going well, but I'm hoping I get my second win soon. So, at current, I'm estimating the run could be about 15 hours long. Maybe. It is not like a saga game. Not in the slightest. Anyway. Behold the transport ship, Cogito Ergosum, en route to planet Earth. Inside, a new kind of life form is being created. The robot created by Kato the mechanic will become intimately involved as events spiral out of control on board. Departure report. That was a cough. I thought I muted it. Vessel name, Cogito Ergo Sum. Vessel type, civilian transport. Destination, Earth. Cargo, alien life form. Crew 5. Passengers 1. Military. In charge of cargo. Note: onboard cargo, alien life form. Traits: large quadruped. Abilities unknown, organic structure unknown. Space, the final frontier. These are the voyages of the starship Wendy's Fries. It's because they are not part of the crew, they are a passenger outside of the normal crew. Orders from Earth with regard to life form. Study in great detail. Transport it to base at all costs. Mechanical heart. There we go. Finished. That's odd. That should have done it. It moved, it moved! All right. Do you understand me? I'm Kato, that's K-A-T-O. Kato. Good morning? Say, that's right, you don't have a name yet. Let's see, since you're round, how about Rover? Like an exploration vehicle. Nah, that sounds like a dog's name anyway. I've got it. How about I give you a silly name completely opposite to your nature? You can be Cube. Maybe not. Oh well, I'm sure I'll think of something. Come with me. Come with me. I have to register you as a member of the crew. And yes, indeed, Patchy, which is also a common dog name. Hey, careful, don't touch that. Let's see now. Here we go. Good morning, Kato. Please state your business. Good morning, I need to register a new crew member. Understood. Crew registration, new member, classification, worker, robot, name. Yeah, that totally wouldn't get confusing or anything. I'll give it another dog name. Registering. Done. Now you can come and go as you please. Mind, each of the crew's individual cabins have security locks, so if you don't have the owner's permission, you won't be able to get in. Do you want me to repeat that? Alright then, Toto. Now I want you to follow me on your own. I need to test out your AI. I'll be somewhere on this floor. Your job will be to come and find me. Good job! Beyond this door is the cold sleep room. During long trips through space, we use this place to go into cryogenic stasis. Don't suppose you'd have to, though. Well, please wake everyone up. Thanks. What the? Huh? What's this? Um... That's the spirit, Toto. Thanks. And no, Toto does not have a cabin of his own. Rise and shine, everyone. So you finally managed a model that doesn't fall apart when it's turned on, eh? Yeah, he's called Toto. I'm Rachel. Nice to meet you, Toto. Good to meet you, Toto. I'm Kirk. Huey's still asleep. Hey, Toto, why don't you wake up Sleeping Beauty here? Go on, give him a good whack. Ugh. Kirk, come on, I thought I told you to lay off. Ah, what the hell? Hey, Huey, finally awake, huh? That's the robot that Kato was building. Eh? A robot? Oh, you finally finished him. My name's Huey. Corporal Doris, how are you feeling? You ever hear of anyone who actually felt refreshed after waking from cold sleep? Corporal, the robot that Kato was building is done. He's called Toto. Ugh. Is that thing gonna be wandering around the ship like a loose rodent? Just make sure it stays out of my way. I'm heading to the break room. That's a military man for you. So inflexible. Don't worry about it too much. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. When we wake up from cold sleep, we have a meeting in the break room. Come on, you're part of the crew too, so you're obligated to attend. Don't worry about Corporal Darth. He'll get used to you. It's so like you to be treating him as if he was human. You really think so? Hey there, Toto. Kirk's really good at this game. Man, this game's the bomb. Congratulations, a new high score. Damn straight. You want to take a shot at it? It's Captain Square.
Oh my god, JC, a bomb!
Mercury.
Pure skill!
Come on, that was just a basic attack. Venus. Yikes. Ugh. I think that a lot of people have never seen Captain Square be beaten, even those who are familiar with the game, I mean. So, sure, I can beat Captain Square. It's not always easy, but... Yeah, Pluto's the final stage. Oh no! See, that was an instant loss. No, but you get a special reaction from Kirk if you can beat it on the first try. So why not, right? I mean, if I handle it like this, then it's the first try every time, right? No, see, if you die in the metaverse, you don't die in real life. You just get trapped in VR and you have to pay real money to get out, that's all. You're probably wondering if that's a joke or not. I don't know, it could be true. Yeah, but a living consumer is good for business. thing is... Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So anyway, the thing is, after the first couple of stages, every stage is kind of a puzzle. For example, the way you're expected to beat this stage is to make the waters generate some water on the field. Like this. And then so nervous. Crap, it didn't even work. You basically want to push the fire onto the water or get water generated on the fire. If I can get the water to follow me a bit... Oh crap. They might generate some water in the area that I need, if I'm lucky. See, it's on top of the fire now. And just like that, the fire's dead. And now I should be able to just use Tachyon Sword to fight the rest. Which also heals me, so... I mean, it's not a lot of healing, but... Now, in Mars, I remember the gimmick being that there is a main mob and a bunch of ads. And the main mob is constantly healing the ads, but not itself. So you just go straight for the main mob, and that takes care of it. Shrimping. Hello, Naho. How are you? I probably should have used Tachyon Sword instead of Quark Sword. Oh well, it worked out. I don't remember the gimmick here, so I'm just gonna try Tachyon Sword. Oh, the original or, the roguelite? Because, you know, Undying Moon is really cool, but the original game's cool too. Both? Cool. Yeah, this is not killing these guys fast enough. That didn't really work either. Ow. It's honestly seeming like the best way is to just tachyon sword these things to death, but that's gonna take a while. As you can see, the thing is obviously that Tachyon Sword has a life drain attached, so by using it, I keep my life up no matter what, even though it takes these things out very slowly. If I stay off of their electric field, it's especially good. Because their electric field does hurt. Be able to get him with a P-Mason shot. Mason? Whatever. Oh crap, this doesn't look great. Let's see if I can get them with it. With the Pi Mason shot. Oh, one of them walked away. Oh well. Will this do any good? Yep, that did great. Really need these electric fields to go away, guy. Sludge might work. Yeah, it paralyzes him, so. In the earlier fan translation, this said space phase. And I don't even understand how somebody would get that wrong. Fudge and phase are not very close. Okay, Saturn. Oh man, I remember these. This one really sucks. I gotta make sure that I can't get hurt by these things, basically. Because getting hurt by them really sucks. Hitting them with Plasma Ball basically works. Or Space Fudge, to an extent, but it's more effective to use I've always heard Fudge, but you could be right. Either way, it would be a hard mistake to make since the G kind of sound and the sound you find in phase are similar but not the same. Phase and phage would not be identical, they would just be similar. Okay. And yeah, it entirely resets between. This one is a piece of crap. I remember this one. The enemies constantly duplicate. And since they create electric floors that look almost like them, you can see the nuisance that this becomes. Trauma center. Ow! What the? It's okay. Some parts of this take a while, that's the only annoying part. But, you know me, I don't get frustrated at video games. Captain Square on the whole takes advantage of the fact that the battle system is as varied as it is. It gives you a specific toolkit. Every single ability is a specific tool. And that allows them to make puzzles out of the battle system. And I think that's interesting. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing, it's a very short song. Anyway, it's basically a case where I only really heard that word phage because of video games. A video game that apparently didn't pronounce it right. As I think we all know, that's not exactly uncommon. let's just go ahead and kill the mother tail directly again. Should work. Oops. Crap. Please cancel my attack, please. Someone? I mean, that thing's crazy dead now, but I'm kind of in bad shape too. Okay, that didn't work nearly as well as I would have hoped. At the same time, I might be able to convince it to defeat itself by doing that. If I don't die. Okay, I guess they all have heals. That explains why I so strongly believed in only attacking the mother. This is bad. This is really bad. Need more heal. Okay, now I will Cork Sword this thing and it will die. Alright, these guys again. How did I deal with them before? The hard way? I probably did it the hard way, but let's see if this works. Okay. This will be sufficient. I can just Tachyon sword the rest of them. Although I'd appreciate if they stopped walking. I mean, I guess that's kind of the point, though, if I'm trying to kill them, right? Sir, I'd appreciate if you'd please stop walking forever. Yes, sir. I need to take your kneecaps. I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry, sir. You're guilty of the crime of walking while bird. I think I gotta do another thigh mason shot. Stop walking! It stopped walking. Okay. Okay. Huh. The layout's different. Kind of simplifies things, though. Only sort of. Crap. Crap! What the heck, captions? Captions have some very interesting ideas of what I'm saying today. They don't really seem to understand me at all today. Okay, the Mirage is definitely in the middle, but... Yeah, I guess I should have known that would happen. What the... Okay. Maybe space stage? Oh boy, here we go. It's starting. They're still alive. There it is. Crap. Okay. Not my brightest idea. Come on. Oh well. Hey, get back here. No. allowed to leave. Okay. Okay. Neptune. Ow, that's bad. I'm dead.
It's no use!
That's all right. These things happen.
You know what they say, the more the merrier. Like, we've got the gist of the strategy for everything. There's just a couple of phases that are a little more tricky to do than the others. Good grief. I mean, progress is progress, though. Okay, Earth time. can do things however I like. Nope. Pluto is especially nasty. And pretty much all of the stages have some trick that you have to use. Full stop. Guys and they're walking. It really went all the way over there. Can I have a turn? Yeesh. Okay, plasma ball time. Ow. Okay, that thing needs to die now. I should have healed. Ow. That was my avatar just randomly dying. Okay, here's this one. You know. That's the impression that I get, but they're nonetheless a threat. All of the Square stuff has been basically good about that sort of thing. But I guess we'll see. Yeah, the remake that was announced yesterday. Well, I guess now it's 1 AM, so the day before yesterday. Well, that thing revealed itself. Come on, Firefield, do your thing. Or it can just unreveal, that works too. Well, see, we don't have that information about the Live Alive remake yet. One way or the other. Oh no. You know, it might have that feature, it might not. I can't find anything like that. that's not really relevant, because saying that the music has been recomposed doesn't preclude the idea of the original music being in the game. It's just more important that they mention an arranged soundtrack over mentioning the original one. That's just how marketing speak works. Because it's by a different team, they have different standards. This stuff is pretty common. Like, not every Xseed game mentions the same kinds of details on their store pages either. It's just whatever the marketing team involved with that particular title decided they wanted to write is what ends up on the page. Ow. Oh no. There we go. Finally. The thing is, this Starbuster ability can pretty much just vaporize me. So no matter what I do, I gotta deal with that fact. I'm pretty sure that I just have to attack this thing a couple times. But I do have to deal with the fact that its Starbuster will kill me. If I supernova that field, they'll counterattack. I'm pretty sure. Oh boy. This looks incredibly dangerous. I might be taking a big risk just charging this up. Oh no.
I am the Ringmaster.
Okay. Okay. That didn't do significant damage. Oh great, they can still hit me from there. Okay. I'm gonna have to heal a lot. I think it's time to heal now. If I take out this one, I can go down there again. Maybe. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. Uh-oh. But it died. Please don't cancel. It canceled. Ouch. Please don't cancel it. Oh, crap. Seems like there's some serious luck factor involved in this one. As well as altogether too much positioning. And I'm in a very bad position right now, as it happens. Maybe this spot? Nope. It's gonna cancel. Of course it did. The thing is, if they all get closer to me still, I'm doomed. Believe me, it would be extremely strange if they only translated Radical Dreamers. That would defy all common convention. I don't think it would happen. Try to remember that the absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence. Crap. Thank you for the follow, Vrine17. Vronai. Sorry. Translating menus is different from translating something like that. Okay, this is almost in the bag now. Oh. Ow. R.I.P. Maybe. Oh no! Ugh.
It's no use!
I mean, you get a comment from Kirk if you beat it while you're right in front of him like that. You could call that a reward. Let's just move on. The Dawn of the Universal Age. It's a story about people who lived centuries ago. I really like reading about people like that. They were so adventurous. That's 'cause you're a chicken. You'd be too scared to do that stuff yourself. Toto, you ought to explore the ship some. See the world, so to speak. Learn on your own. Otto, can he, actually do anything? Not at the moment, but he should be able to pick up all sorts of useful skills. Why don't we teach him how to make coffee? Toto, come over here. Go ahead. Blech, man, that's bitter. Sorry. The captain's late. Get away from me! What are you doing? Unfortunately, unlike you all, I haven't had many pleasant experiences with robots. But that isn't Toto's fault. Oh hey, it's the captain. My apologies for the delay. How are you all feeling? We're all fine. That's good. What's that I see over there? Oh, that's my robot. His name's Toto. Oh, you finished it. I'd love to take a closer look later on. Well, I don't really have anything to report. Sorry for taking your time. That is all. Jeez. Some meeting, one game, and it's basically over. You know you like him that way. True that. Hey Kato, want to see something cool? Come to the cargo bay. The behemoth! Well then, I'll see it after I check the mother computer. Toto, you come too. Use the elevator. The mother computer is on level 3 while the hold is on level 1. Hey there, Toto. Let me introduce you to a friend. We meet again, Toto. I am the computer that maintains this ship. Hello, Fry the cat. Oh, no. Make sure everything stays in good working order. Fry, don't lay on my feet. Fry, what are you doing, Fry? Well then, the system checks out, so... Looks like it's time to head to the cargo bay. Want me to lead the way? Fry, what are you doing? This cat, I swear, he's silly. This is the cargo we're transporting. Ain't she a beaut? Well... As they say, every rose has its thorn, or in this case, 2 massive fangs. Everyone, please come to the cockpit. What's the matter? Something's up with the comm system. Get a move on. Come on, warp speed. Don't forget that this is a military operation. Sorry. Kato, before I forget, could you check out the air ducts? Sure thing. You too. Don't you be messing around here either. All clear. Okay, let's head to the cockpit. What did the captain say? He said to figure it out and get it working. Did you examine the sub-antenna? Yeah, it's fine. The main and sub-antennae are in totally different locations. There's nothing to worry about. It's really weird. We can receive transmissions from home with no problem at all, but we can't send them out. What am I doing? Why did I go in there? Why don't we just wait until the thing stops working entirely? It might as well be totally kaput already. Communication's useless if it only goes one way. Man, this is a pain in the ass. I'll just fix it manually. No sweat. I'll just hop outside, tinker a bit, and be back. Warp speed. Guess we don't have a choice. Will you accompany Kirk outside the ship? Sure thing. I'll cover the airlock controls, then I'll return and back you up from here. And we were almost home, too. I was hoping I wouldn't have to be alone with you again. What is it? Kirk and Kato are going outside. Okay, good idea. That was weird. Wonder if he's feeling alright. Stop it! This is not the time! Cut it out, Kirk! Don't mess with me, you son of a... You keep out of this! Stop going off on Toto like that! Don't you order me around! You're a damn coward, don't you forget, that's why Rachel dumped you! Make sure you don't screw up and get yourself sucked outside. Are you alright? Looks like you caught me at an embarrassing moment. We humans are pretty odd, aren't we?
Okay then.
Alright, let's get to work. Okay, Kato, enter your password and switch it over to maintenance mode. Sure thing. Let's see. Watanabe. Huh? Kirk, is something wrong? Don't worry, it's nothing.
Faker.
Are you alright?
I'm fine, don't worry about it. Faker. Kirk!
But what's wrong? What happened? Hey, answer me. What happened?
Oh my god! The life support system in Kirk's suit just failed! I'm bringing him back inside. Go prep sickbay. I'm going to the airlock to let them in.
I'll go with you.
No, we need you in sickbay. I'm sure Kirk's fine.
What the hell would you know? I'm going to the airlock.
I mean, even Darth tried his darndest to help. Where's the captain? Hey. I'll go call him. I mean, the life support system failed. So... He's not breathing. His entire body is a peculiar shade of blue. To think that it'd just fail like that? I double-checked it myself. It's really odd that it would fail. Damn straight it is. Unless someone deliberately sabotaged it. An explosion. What the... Where's the captain? He wouldn't respond when I called him. What the hell is up with this ship? Let's check out the source of that explosion. I'll go check on the cargo. You stay near Rachel. If anything happens, I'll be in the cockpit. Kirk isn't dead. Email 1, Sender Kirk. I want to talk to you about something. Meet me in the cockpit at 0330 hours. Email 02, Sender Kirk. Thanks for coming. I was really happy. Once we get back to Earth, let's go on a trip somewhere. Doesn't look like there's anything unusual going on. Oh. Oh my god. The antenna's broken off. This ship is a piece of junk. You'd almost be better off trying to swim through space. No thanks. What do we do? What do we do? Thank you, Toto. You're right. I need to hang in there. Captain! It's awful. Kirk is dead. What? Are you serious? That's quite unfortunate. Well, we can at least give him a proper burial. Make the preparations. I'm on my way. Captain. That's one level-headed captain you've got. He lost one of his crew and he didn't flinch a bit. I'll go ready the airlock. I'll go over to Kirk's room. Maybe there's something he'd like buried with him.
It's no
Good idea.
use!
My back. Ah. Mhm. Your member Kirk has unfortunately died.
Where's that damn fourth Chaos Emerald?
It lies beneath your feet. Like, hereabouts. I sleep below your feet. You got a memory card. A book. Will warp navigation become a reality? Just like Kirk to read something like this. Whenever Kirk was in a hurry to get something done, he'd say, "What are you doing? Get that done, warp speed." At least we can lay him to rest. Hi, Fry. Hello, kitty cat. Fry, you want to lay on the bed? You want to lay on the bed, Fry? There you go, Fry. Oh. Fry, I need that hand. Well, I don't need it that badly. I guess it's okay. Fry, why is your ear wet? You know, that's a very good question we don't have an answer to. Thank you. That's a little better. There's a cat loaf right now. With his toes curled in and everything. Probably. Fry is extremely friendly. For the most part. How are you feeling? In order to determine the correct course of action, the accumulation of data will be necessary. Do so by directly performing a variety of tasks in a variety of places. You know, it's funny that you would need a memory card for that, because it stores exactly 1 byte of data. Well, yeah, he's not using it anymore. What, you've never had a cat erase your memory card before? Happens all the time. The agenda for the upcoming motor show has been decided. Once we get back to Earth, I'm heading straight to Detroit. But after that, I need to think about my vacation schedule. After all, I'll be alone with Rachel. I have to work out a good plan. Nothing's happening here. I know most of it, but this particular part is kind of a question mark. This is... What am I doing? Okay. Okay, Kirk's body is still there. Guess the one place I haven't checked is the airlock. No, I don't believe so. At least not until it disappears. Oh, Huey's here. I can't believe this happened. It's true, I didn't really like Kirk, but I never wanted him to die. And now the behemoth should be out, maybe? Not yet, I guess. I think that happens after Kirk's body disappears. Sorry. I'm sort of spoiling the next steps ahead. Oh no! Don't ban a cat girl from her own stream! Dun, 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 dun. Okay, so now the behemoth gets loose, and Rachel's door should be locked, I think. Captions what? I'm glad it corrected itself. What? Kirk's body is gone. It said a naughty word. And then it corrected it to behemoth. Okay. The other greenie is still in its box. Yep, it's still in there. I checked Rachel's door. I have to check sickbay. What happened? What are you looking at me like that for? How should I know? And besides, shouldn't you let Rachel know? Work. So cute. Like a little baby. Hold on, I'll go and bake you some cookies. You like cookies, don't you? What in the name of... Huey, I know exactly what's going through your head. You thought that if they killed Kirk, you thought I'd come back to you, right? That's what you thought, right? Don't be ridiculous. Pull yourself together, Rachel. Run away, Rachel. Huey is after you. I am waiting in front of the airlock. I need to get my body back. Rachel! Sorry, did I get a bit too real? Enough already. Are you trying to kill yourself? Let me go. Rachel, get a hold of yourself. Jesus, woman, get a grip. Enough already. Are you trying to kill yourself? Let me go. What? The behemoth escaped? Oh no! Are you alright? Looks like nothing's broken. Calm down. Remember what you saw in the infirmary? Come on, think rationally. It's a damn shame, but the man's dead. You're okay now, right? I'm gonna scope things out in the cargo hold. Thank you. Ish. I don't exactly want to die out here either. It's me. Well, it's gone. I don't know where it went, but why? But we're not safe no matter where it is. Let's regroup in the break room.
I'm sorry. I knew. It was so sudden. Thanks.
Is everyone alright? How do you feel? The behemoth's got the run of the damn ship. What? Are you serious? That's quite unfortunate. What the hell are you saying? This is an emergency! How long do you intend to stay holed up in that room? What? Are you serious? That's quite unfortunate. What? Are you serious? That's quite unfortunate.
The behemoth? I don't want it to hurt Kirk. Rachel.
Stop, do you want to die? But they... Toto, it's dangerous out there. I can't just leave them. Well, Huey, is Rachel? Don't worry, she's still alive. Jesus, Rachel, that was such a rash thing to do. It's okay. I just... Even now, Rachel... She may still be alive, but I'm not sure how much longer she can hold. We've got to do something. Let's get her into one of the cold sleep capsules. She ought to be fine in there. Oh no. Can you go to the computer terminal? Ask the mother computer for the password to the captain's room. Well, see, this is actually the sad song that plays in a lot of other places in the game. but it's only the backing music. I know it's dangerous, but you're the only one I can ask. Right, let's move. That was very awkward animation. Password to the captain's room is actually Oak FDE. But I don't think I can actually use it until I have it, so... Well, the plan has been to finish the whole game. At the current rate, though, I don't know. We'll see. Password for the captain's room. Very well, please stand by. Password confirmed. It is Oak FDE. Predictably, the password doesn't end up working, despite being accurate. And now the bulkhead is closed. And yes, Oak FDE, that is the password. I know it by heart. Great. Toto, you're okay. You went to the captain's room by yourself and you couldn't get in? What's going on here? No time to lose. Let's move. You don't really think the captain is behind all of this? I can't believe that. Well then, who else could it be? Me? No, it can't be. Either way, we'll know as soon as we get the door open. Okay, let's do it. Let's pet Fry. Pet.
Fry rolled over and wanted tummy rubs.
It won't open. Aw, Fry's holding on to my hand. What are you doing? Just break the goddamn lock. I know, I thought of that. I would say a minimum of 4 to 5 hours is remaining, even in an optimal situation. I've lost a lot of time compared to what I expected. Hold on, Toto. Take this. You've got the power jack. The battery has a limited lifespan. Oh. Not that long. I thought so. Now the only ones left are me and you. Now get moving! What are you talking about? Don't play dumb. You killed all the others, didn't you? Me? What are you saying? Why would I? I'm not one of you. I wouldn't have any reason to want to kill any of you, but I have no idea what kind of grudges you might hold. No, it's not me. What would you know about us anyway? It's true, I wasn't really good friends with the others. But nobody hated anyone else. None of us would kill another human being. Everyone was we're just trying to live the way they wanted to. Struggling and mulling with things along the way. Just like anyone else. He's crying. This is the Cogito Ergo Sum. We're currently on course for Earth. We should arrive there on time as... What's that? Somebody help! The door won't open? He doesn't appear to be breathing. His face is a weird color. Yes it is. Go away. Personal diary. The results of the test I took on Earth should be ready soon. If I pass, I'll become captain of my own ship. I'm keeping it a secret at the moment. When we get to Earth, I'll surprise them. If I pass, it'll be kind of sad, but I'll have to leave the ship. Before I leave the ship for good, I would like to have a nice long talk with Rachel. Shipmaster Authority. Greetings. We regret to inform you that you did not pass the exam for qualification as a ship captain. The next exam period is in 6 months. If you enter the wrong name, it just says entry permission denied. But I kinda messed up the chance for you to see that. Oops. The game card explodes. Not this time. The room's alarm is going off. The reason is indeterminate. Forcefully disabling the lock now. Please investigate. Please enter your name. Ah. Base name match failed. See? Personal file. Military notification plan number XXX. Continue to monitor the organism even during transport. In the event that you notice any sort of reaction to the presence of humans, take care to write it down. It is of the utmost importance that it reach its destination. Should the worst happen, its safety at the expense of human life has been deemed an acceptable risk. That is all. Command HQ. Oh, well, the long and short of it is that it just treats it like any other name. What? Military notice? I thought there was something funny about this. Why would you go out of your way to use a civilian cargo vessel just to bring that thing back to Earth? You had this planned all along. You went into my room? Just goes to show that you can't trust a robot. Since you want data on that monster, you used us like rat blats for an experiment. Did I say rat blats? Calm down. That memo was in reference to what should happen should extreme circumstances arise. What the... You killed everyone! Let's get out of here, Toto. Ah! I finished Prototype 01. I ran some basic structural tests, but they turned out to be less successful than I hoped. I'm gathering data for Prototype 2. I've got the walking system done. I've begun building Prototype 3. It's going pretty well. I finally completed Prototype 3. Once I perform my routine check of the system, of the chip, I'll run one last test. One more week till we're back on Earth. Tomorrow, the other 5 crew members awaken from cold sleep. I'd really like to get it working before then. Dropped a couple frames. Like, literally a couple frames. What's up? Resistance is futile. I have taken control of this ship. What the hell? God damn it! That hunk of junk must have been the one that shut off Rachel's capsule. It's a hazard to our continued survival. I'm gonna destroy them both. Wait! Toto couldn't have done something like that. Blark, 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 blark. The true Toto'd know the name I first thought of to give him. You get a non-standard game over if you get this wrong. Like, you get shot, you die. Then this is the one! And yeah, Rachel's cold sleep capsule's been shut off. Resistance is futile. Something's controlling this thing remotely! Who the hell are you? OD10, Kogito, Argo-san. Otto, do you know what this OD10 is? It's the ship's main computer, the mother computer. Hang in there. The mother computer. Do you mean to say that someone tampered with it? No, its program is tamper-proof. What? Then the entire computer's gone haywire? I don't know, but it's possible. If that's true, then this whole time we've just been played for fools. Let's get to where the mother computer is. You'll stick with me, and if it assimilates you, it'd be trouble. Well then, I'll just use force. It's locked. I could destroy the lock. But if I damage the mainframe, the entire ship would shut down and we'd all die. Hey you, robot. Go talk to Kato. He should know some way to bypass the computer. I'll wait here. I'm not gonna let the behemoth get anywhere near this thing. Brr. Oh, Toto. Are you alright? You want to know OD-10's weakness? OD-10 is the ship itself. If we destroy it, we'll never make it back to Earth. Say, that's right, you're a robot. You should be able to get inside its program. I did not really mean to play Captain Square. Not exactly anyway. Problem is I don't have the transceiver. I gotta get that from Darth. This thing's really done a number on us. Pato said that you could get inside the computer? Then let's do that. To think I'd be asking for help from a robot. Take this. You were given the transponder unit. It's me. Where are you now? I'm in the terminal room, but it doesn't look like there's any way in. It's me. Where are you now? You can't be thinking of getting in through there. That's it. Hold on, I'll connect that game to the mother computer. Ah, don't play silly buggers with me. Alright, that should do it. Ah. Something speaking through the comm unit. Everything within the ship must work in harmony. I was built to maintain harmony. Therefore, my will is absolute. Nobody will stand in my way. Anyone who tries will be terminated. Kill you. I find this fight kind of tedious. Because, like, you have to destroy all these things for some reason. The art is great, though. I'm still going. I mean, that's topical, isn't it? Hello again, Shadow. Yeah. Honestly, people are right. I probably should sleep. As much as I would love to finish the game in one sitting, and probably could. But we are finishing this chapter, so... Ow. When you know the game extremely well, I would say that it is possible to finish it in 13 or 14 hours. I did kind of dilly-dally a bit much in some spots, though, making that impossible. Yeah. And the wasted run of the ninja chapter. It's definitely possible to finish the game faster than that. Why are we just healing over and over? I'm silly. In fact, honestly, I think the faster speedruns are more along the lines of like 5 or 6 hours, which is pretty wild. I know for a fact that I've seen a speedrun that completed the entire game with the best ending in under 6 hours. So yeah, I don't think my estimates were unrealistic. Why is the game lagging all of a sudden? should upgrade. The final chapter doesn't have to be lengthy, by the way. As long as you recruit everyone at least once, you don't have to do any of the dungeons. And you can, in theory, beat the boss without having any of the equipment from those too. Okay, let's get this guy beat. Well, girl. Are you just contrarian or something? I wasn't talking to you, Laconic Shock. Right on. I was given the job of protecting the crew, but the humans who gave me this job fought amongst themselves, destroyed all sense of balance, tried to disturb the operation of this ship. I do not understand humans. Another computer returned to normal. A select portion of the conversations recorded were purged. Welcome to Cogito Ergo-Sum. This vessel uses an intelligent maintenance system, designation OD-10. Due to trouble with the system, the computer's logic circuits have been disabled. This should have no effect on normal activities, but if something that seems unusual occurs, please do not hesitate to ask a crew member about it. I'm alright. I can't be killed that easily. You don't believe me? Well, whatever. That doesn't make any difference now anyway. A long time ago, there was a huge war. I can never forget that fear. Combat robots. Or rather, the computers within their heads. Many of my friends died at the hands of those machines. Machines built by humans. We're such a foolish species. I'm sure the ship's mother computer simply gave up on us. But fortunately, you were born on this cargo vessel, and not on a military ship. Huey told you to learn. So that's what you should do. Don't do anything to hurt another human. Telling a robot to think? I guess I've really gone off the deep end. Jeez. You're a little human yourself, aren't you? Before I get off this ship, I think I'd like to have a drink of your coffee. This certainly is bitter, but right now, it tastes fantastic. Get the password because it's supposed to be the password to the captain's room. Registered vessel, quadruple X. Cogito ergo sum. Civilian transport. En route to Earth. Picked up while derelict near Earth. Mother computer haywire. Onboard cargo unknown life form. Hull, captain. Kirk, pilot. Huey, assistant. Rachel, comm officer. The above 4 crew members are dead. Their bodies have been confirmed as being aboard the ship. Hatta, mechanic, currently undergoing medical treatment. Corporal Darth, retired from military service, currently developing medical robots. Addendum. Within the ship, a small worker robot was discovered. Its name was registered as Toto. Well, as reluctant as I am to do so, I guess I'll stop here. Yeah. There's maybe... depending how I play, there's like 4 to 6 hours of game left. The ninja's named after my cat. Sorry. Indeed, indeed. Okay, so... well, you named the martial art, and that name shows up in the menu and gets passed down to the successor. You can't change the actual name of the character, for better or worse. Okay, guys. I'm gonna bid you all a good night, and I'm gonna roll the credits. So, good night, everyone. Have a good rest of your night, whatever it may hold.